It's not the big list. It started off on.
Well, part that got fun on.
I'm just super.
Your best, your best IT best member. Kathy. Erica, how do you see you? Thanks for joining us.
Well, that's a good question.
My name tag doesn't stick.
They have a big office.
I knew it. Yeah. Well, mine's something, yeah, it's watching, it's a little stall up. It's falling out of me 4 hours. Just like you. Yeah, most people know.
Good morning, everyone. If you please take a seat, we've got lots of folks that have joined us on WebEx. Please have a seat. Grab some coffee if you're here in the room in Albuquerque. Good morning. I'm Margie Tatro with GridWorks. My colleagues Kathy Boyce, Deborah Shields, and Katie Wu on our virtual platform are here from gridworks.org to support the facilitation of our next conversation about PNM's Integrated Resource Plan. It's the 17th of June. As you heard, we're recording this workshop to the benefit of those who can't be here and for future reference in case we want to listen to additional material. Our focus today is really on talking about what does all that modeling mean? What are the decisions that are being made? Well, how does that impact the statement of need and action plan that will be filed as part of the integrated resource plan? So those of you who've been with us the past 3 months digging into modeling details, thank you. For those who now have rejoined us to talk big picture, what does it mean? Welcome back. We'll also hear a recap of the activities that have occurred to date in terms of modeling. There's been lots happening, and we thank those stakeholders who have been engaged and suggesting modeling runs that are of interest to you, those factored into the system. You'll hear ways, the portfolio direction and ranges of resources required to meet the demand that PNM is anticipating up through the planning period. And then we'll review the statement of need and action plan. Really important this afternoon is that we're going to ask for your comments, feedback, and edits, changes you might suggest for both the statement of need and action plan. That's a key deliverable out of our workshop today. So our agenda, there's some on the table. You'll see we had lots of discussion this morning about what's happened, what does it mean, what does the statement of need and action plan in its current form look like. After lunch, then we'll break up into smaller groups and really give specific feedback and comment on the statement of need and action plan. We'll adjourn by 3 o'clock. Lunch is provided here today, so we appreciate you being here. Those on WebEx, we're sorry we can't provide a virtual lunch, but I'm sure you'll have a time to grab something to eat or drink over our lunch break. A couple of reminders about our norms for today's workshop. Please, during the presentations, hold your questions until the Q&A session, and then we'll ask you to raise your hand, call upon you to state your question in your loud outside voice, if you can, please, remembering there are people across the country on WebEx that are wanting to hear your question as well. We'll ask you to state your name and your organization as you state your question, and we're going to ask you to do that each time you state the question so that people get to understand context of who is asking each question. This is processes for stakeholder input. It's not a litigated proceeding. Thank you for continuing to be respectful and giving people the benefit of the doubt when we're having conversations. share your ideas, leave time for others. And finally, we want to remind you that any questions that are directly related to the RFP activity are directed to a different proceeding, not part of the IRP conversation. And if we have to defer your question, you may be want to know that. That's why. All right. So where are we in the process? First 3 months of our process, starting in December, we gave overviews. PNM described their system challenges, opportunities. The last 3 months were detailed into modeling, and now where the rubber hits the road, what does it mean? So the workshop schedule is shown in this blue line here, and then down below, even in addition to the 7 workshops that we're having, including this one, there have been about 10 other engagement opportunities through office hours, through special study presentations, through one-on-one conversations between the PNM IRP team and stakeholders regarding modeling requests. So there has been a lot of activity, and we greatly appreciate your engagement. We're now headed for the end. So there were some things left over from the last workshop and from the June 10th office hour. Those are all recorded, and the recording for those sessions is on the GridWorks website in case you wanted to go back and review those. But these were some things that were followed up upon. First, all the inputs and outputs from the stakeholder requests, number 10 through 12, those have been posted on the venue site. There was conversation about the time of day pilot and how it fits in with IRP planning, where some more information was posted. And we've organized a special breakout group this afternoon to get questions answered on that topic. So hopefully that will bring us to closure on that. There were questions about smart meters, costs and gains, benefits, reliability analysis, which has been folded into the reliability results that you'll hear presented shortly by Nick Simmons at PowerGem. And then finally, Tom and team will give you an update on 2 of the studies, the gas volatility and resiliency studies that are in process to be completed shortly. So we're trying to keep track of things that showed up since the last meeting. Remember, our focus is on what is the resource need to meet expected demand, and stakeholders have been involved in all 3 of these elements of these bubbles: modeling requests, statement of need, and action plan. So thank you for remembering that that is a specific part of the intent of this process. What the statement of need and action plan, we'll get more into that today, this morning, and this afternoon, but you can use this description. Really, the statement of need is focused on what resources does PNM need to reliably meet customer demands and comply with state policies and requirements. It should take a broad view of the evolving needs of the system and should ensure that the future grid is cost-effective, reliable, and meets all those policy requirements. So that's the statement of need. Remember, our planning horizon, 20 years, 2026 through 2045. Then we get down to the action plan. Action plan is the next 3 years, 27 through 29, where specific steps are committed to in achieving goals related to the statement of need and the IRP. So these are things that need to happen in the next 3 years to specifically implement the resource plan that's covered. There's actions for new generation, competitive bidding, contracting activities, and others. And of course, there is a requirement for status report from the prior action plan. So the utility reports on progress from each IRP regularly so that people can stay informed. So 20-year horizon, the action plan is 3 years, and the focus period is a period that is slightly different, but 2033 through 2036, since that's really the time frame that we can affect procurements and solicitations and implementation of new resources. So with that, thank you again. We're not going to go through the room of introductions or the virtual room. That's why we're going to ask each of you, when you state a question, please give your name and organization. Does 2 things: introduces you and gives the other people in the room the context for who's asking the question. So with that, let me turn the podium over to Thomas Duane, who's Director of IRP Resources and the planning group there at PNM. And Tom is going to give you a recap of what's been going on, especially for those who've been waiting for this big picture return to conversation. Tom?
Sure. Here. All right, there we go. Was everybody in here able to hear me? Okay, good. Hopefully this venue works a little better than my last in-person meeting did. We'll see. So anyway, welcome to PNM 7th IRP workshop for the 2026 IRP. We had our previous workshop back on May 13th, and that was used to review what requests and scenarios that stakeholders wanted to look at. There were a few that we didn't have covered at that. So there was also a follow-up office hours type meeting more on June 10th to cover the remaining stakeholder scenarios. So those are the last two activities, or planned in the workshop and modeling results. PNM is continuing to review some inquiries from stakeholders to see what additional follow-up is needed on those. Today, I'm basically going to be providing a recap of the IRP activities. It should be fairly quick. And then, as noted, the PowerPoint will give us a quick summary on some reliability results, which is kind of the last modeling results we're planning to present to the IRP at this point, and then Sierra Spencer with the D3, and then easily we'll go over kind of an approach to what we want to do with the statement and need, and kind of think where it needs to go in the presentation. And then kind of summarize the results of all the different PNM as well as stakeholder modeling items into what that statement and need will look like. And then all this information from the morning is designed to help play into what we'll discuss this afternoon. There we go. So anyway, typically we have a disclosure in the information tied to the IRP. This information is provided in the presentation. It contains scenario planning assumptions to assist in the integrated resource plan public process and should not be considered statements of the company's actual plans. Any assumptions and projections contained in the presentation are subject to a variety of risks, uncertainties, and other factors, both of which are beyond the company's control, many of which could have a significant impact on the company's ultimate conclusions and plans. For further discussion of these and other important factors, please refer to the reports filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission. These reports are available at PNM's website, shown there on the screen. So anyway, for today, I'll review our IRP activities through the 6 workshops we've had today. Then we'll have reliability analysis from PowerGen, the IRP results, summary of IRP results, then presented by P3. And then after that, I'll go over a draft statement and we need an action plan. That will be available to you. And then the afternoon will be the stakeholder discussion on statement of need and action plan. So we put this slide up pretty much at most of our workshops just to kind of provide an indication of how progress is going with the IRP. We're pretty much getting to the last parts of this, where we will be mostly focused on taking the modeling results and getting that statement and even action plan. Some of the statement of need will be working kind of to get away from the focus so much on a single MSEP type portfolio and try to keep it more open and more broad. E3 will help put some background into why we're doing that. We feel that there are actually effectively multiple MSEPs that you produce going throughout, or multiple lease cost portfolios you produce going throughout the IRP modeling activities. And then one of the largest remaining activities is not shown specifically on this diagram, but is actively being worked on right now, is putting together the IRP report. And then that is usually provided to stakeholders to review and comment on. And then we would be targeting having that report filed by September 1st. So looking back, we basically had 6 workshops established. It's been 1 a month for a 9-month period that we're going. So we have 3 remaining workshops, including this one here, which includes the one here today. Then we've also had, along with that, to try to fill in the gaps and get additional feedback from stakeholders and answer questions and answers. We've had 6 office hour meetings throughout the process to go over different assumptions, over questions we've received to provide some additional results that we've had. At the moment, we don't have any further office hour type meetings set up, but to the extent that they're needed or stakeholders wish to feel there's a need to have those, we can set up additional office hours. And then we are targeting to have the IRP filed by September 1st. So the initial efforts for this basically started back in December. Those efforts in the first 3 months basically were an introduction to stakeholders, an opportunity to see what stakeholders felt was important to them and try to consider some of that as we go through the IRP process. PNM introduced in those periods the larger overall assumptions. It's like the load forecast, the gas forecast, commodity forecast, the supply side resources, demand side options in those periods. Then March through May was largely used to take and do a lot of the model and work, get the results out, and provide those to stakeholders that included doing the stakeholder model runs in that period. And those were results from those runs should all be available to stakeholders on the GridWorks website and the PNM website. And the remaining meetings, including this one, are basically to work on taking those modeling results and moving to a statement and action plan. Feedback will generally be sought also even after that on the whole process from the stakeholders and comments and things that can be improved. So summarizing the workshops, we kicked off initially on December 9th, just before Christmas break, which I'm sure was kind of fun to fit in at that time for us as well, for stakeholders when they're thinking about how to get your families together and do other things for the holidays. We had the kickoff introductions, we shared the IRP vision, went over the action plan status for the 2023 IRP, and then talk some about what resource additions are in the works at that time. January was more IRP foundation, talking about resource mix. We had some 2-page handouts that cover certain key assumptions and scenarios that were being provided. Went over the planning rules and then introduced the modeling framework for this IRP. Then in February, there was go quite a bit more into the details of the different modeling assumptions, load resources, the EE and DR parameters that we were using. Talked about the transmission modeling in the IRP, and then made available quite a bit of that information to stakeholders in different formats, as well as the presentations there and things that were posted. In March then, we discussed how to get access to data that would be posted on our venue site, as well as, which includes access to the inputs and outputs of the various tools and programs that are used. Those tools and programs were presented briefly in the workshops. We had a framework update. The framework there discusses really the features and sensitivities that make up the different scenarios we would have. And then started talking about how to collect scenarios from stakeholders. We proceeded with that. Stakeholders provided us in April, we actually went over the initial modeling runs that PNM produced on the different features and sensitivities, and went over some of the transmission results that had been created. At that point, stakeholders provided us their scenario run shortly after that, for the most part, and those results then were provided in the May 13th. We did some updates to the information we provided on PNM's modeling runs in April at the May meeting. And then this slide really just summarizes the office hours that have been held. We had our consultants in the first one go over some study work they did. A lot of that study work was started well before the facilitated stakeholder process starts, in order to have the information available as inputs to our models. So we have the consultants available to discuss the reports, which included an EE and ER potential study. It included a gas volatility study scope to get input. We had a draft of that scope we wanted to see, and it offered even as an action plan item from the 23 to seek input from stakeholders on that study scope. So that was covered in the January workshop. And then the other one participating, or having stakeholders participate in, was the plan for doing an ELCC study on our thermal generating units. And the outcomes of that thermal ELCC study were used throughout the modeling runs here in terms of the available capacity from and availability basically of our thermal generating units. In February, we went over some transmission modeling, talked about zonal versus nodal modeling results. The zonal is largely used, the zonal tool Encompass model is largely used for producing all of our capital candidate portfolios in the IRP. We've extended some nodal modeling to try to capture some of the other transmission business outside of PNM's retail business in this IRP process. So that was reviewed in February. Then in March 4th, the geothermal working group people helped us with just a discussion on the costs and performance of different geothermal technologies. We had EPRI on there who provides us our core assumptions that get used in the modeling for geothermal. And then we had input from others on their views and thoughts about some of those parameters as well. We had a couple of workshops that addressed just Q&A in March 1. Pretty much on the previous topics, and that was just to help catch up on Q&A and give stakeholders an opportunity to further modify their questions and clarify them and get responses from PNM and our employees. April workshop was basically to cover stuff we didn't get to for the April office hours, budget cover transmission information we didn't get to in the previous workshop. And it showed a lot of the notable results and the main focus there was on curtailment costs. And then in the June 10th office hours, we finished up the stakeholder scenario requests. So this slide, we'll probably have somebody from the back of the room try to read this slide.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyway, this should be pretty familiar. We use this as another slide in almost every workshop to make sure the framework for the modeling is understood and clear to people. So the modeling in this IRP really focused on what we call four futures. We typically had more of those in the previous IRP, but didn't really feel going into this one that additional features really made a lot of sense and that we could cover most of the needs through sensitivities to these features. So your future policy, keeping your current present policies, really sets up the core base case that we pretty much solve everything else around. It includes our reference load forecast, the reference behind the meter solar forecast, reference EV adoption rates, reference assumptions on building electrification, reference assumptions on economic development, and the different commodity prices, and potential taxes and technology costs. The future with the high economic growth basically shows that the forecast goes to the high forecast values, and behind the meter solar, and this was assumed to actually be lower, which causes PNM's supply needs to be higher. So that's why it's in a high economic growth, and then higher in the adoption of electrification and economic development. And then the low one is just the opposite of that. You're basically assuming your low forecast and your low end assumptions on these other parameters. The sensitivities then go in, the futures have several different parameters that get varied, as shown in the top part of that slide. Now the sensitivities typically look at varying really just one parameter around those to see how it affects the result of that future. And all of those have been all of those previously, so. And then on the May 13th workshop, this just summarizes the stakeholder requests we received. And basically, the vast majority of those requests worked on that CTP future. We did have a couple that involved a high economic growth and one that involved a low economic growth scenario. A significant portion of those requests involve behind the meter solutions, distributed energy resources, and geothermal, and then some on reliability. Up there, and we received certain requests on the remaining items shown there. Fusion is an option in the future, planning reserve margin, accelerating potentially implementation of the ETA limits, higher gas prices, some sensitivities around small modular reactors, hydrogens, investment tax credits, and looking at if there's no new gas generation. And as we go into today, the results of those stakeholder requested rounds will be considered in the statement. So wrapping this up here, this is an update. I think we last provided a map of what's available out there in terms of information. Back in our March workshop, this basically shows what you can get either at PNM venue site or if the grid works with PNM websites. So on the venue side, we have all of these different assumptions that went into the modeling. I'm sure many of you will look through and access some of these. This is a spreadsheet here, which covers nuclear costs, O&M, gas pricing. We've got a lot of information on the resource parameters that are going to be used, different commodity pricing. This was another workbook that included tapestry with the assumptions, which included the financial models, it includes the framework, it includes the ELCCs, the effective load carrying capabilities of our different resources and the different technologies out there. RPS requirements, CO2, and then how we basically factored inflation into the model runs over a 20-year period. This other one contains the commodity prices, some of which were provided by Siemens for this IRP, used in the analysis, and then any other assumptions around fuel pricing. So this information here, also on venue, there are some additional items that didn't specifically flow directly into the modeling, but had information supporting it. Includes load forecast. There's a lot of requests for load forecast, more detailed information that has been provided out there on the venue site. PNM provided a white paper on how we have utilized and considered grid enhancing technology implementation for getting the most out of our transmission system. We provided examples of the how our minimum revenue requirement system is applied to coming up with costs for transmission, the annual cost for transmission. And then we have put out there more recently information that is tied to our grid modernization plan filing that was made in 2022. And we had a status update. It was the second status update on that was filed a couple months ago this year. That information has all been put out there for people to look at. That contains probably the best information we have available at the moment on our TOD pilot program and our plans for TOD implementation. Generic resources folder contains a lot of the details on the resources parameters that we used in the modeling, energy efficiency and dynamic response. There's some of the programs we've modeled, more load forecasting. And then for stakeholders to review, if they want to, the results of the actual model runs, we put those out there on this output folder. And for the stakeholders who wish to try to do their own review of the inputs or even make their own runs with the software, there was an input files were also made available. And then on the PNM GridWorks and GridWorks websites, you'll find all of the workshop presentations and notes from the different meetings. And from the workshop, there will also be meeting recordings. And I believe that's also true for the office hours. And then documents on those include the natural gas price volatility study discussed in one of the office hours, PNM's 2025 potential study, EE and D avoided cost assumptions, PNM avoided T&D study was also made available. And that played a role in the benefit given for T&D offsets in the IRP modeling analysis. And then one we didn't really play up too much, but we had to put out a process, a document with a bunch of different links to different IRP and utility related planning topics. That's a really good document if you want to go through in detail some of the things we talk about in the IRP and the concepts that apply to it. So this is additional stuff that's out there on the PNM GridWorks website. One of the big ones that is worth looking at is PNM is trying to move towards more of an integrated system plan. As part of that, we did have out there a study that been in the works for 2 or 3 years the results, and it was basically a 20-year transmission plan outlook that looked at different options, tried to determine what transfer capability these options would have. And 4 of those options from the outlook were included in the analysis. All right, so that kind of brings me to the end here. These are sort of the pending activities left. We're doing some work to try to summarize sort of customer impacts of the features out there, the CTP, the ATP, and the LEG from a rates perspective. And this kind of follows in line with information provided in our most recent resource pilot, which tries to provide some perspective of rate impacts as a result of resource expansion plans. We'll probably have some of that information available for the next workshop. We'll be seeking stakeholder input on the draft statement of need and action plan, and then also drafting and completing the IRP report and review. And then, as mentioned earlier, PNM has largely completed a gas volatility study. We have Siemens actually did that work for us. We reviewed it, and that will be made available on the websites here soon. And along with that, in the works is a resiliency study of the CTP and HEG scenarios. Very similar to what was done in the 2023 IRP process. And that tries to look at extreme conditions and understand how the portfolio stands up. That'll also be made available. If stakeholders feel they want to have it office hours or more discussion on reports, we can certainly find information. And that's pretty much it for the recap. A lot of this information I know you've already received.
So Tom, yeah, thanks for that recap. I think let's, maybe you want to introduce Nick Simmons and we'll go right into the reliability piece and then open up questions on both, on anything that's happened to date, including that. So would you like to introduce Nick and then we'll, share his presentation. Nick is not here in person, he's virtual. So Nick, wave at your camera so that we see there's Nick. You would like to introduce him and then let's go ahead with that.
All right, so yeah, from PowerGen, we've got Nick Simmons here to present the reliability results of the CTP and HEG scenarios. They have been the people, and it's one of the big ones who have a lot of the survey analysis and provides the results for us. And they'll play a key role in the IRP in ensuring the reliability of our portfolios. So Nick, we'll turn it over to you. George is driving. We'll prompt him when you want to move to the next slide.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Let me know if not. Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for that introduction. Nick Simmons with PowerGen. We've assisted PNM in a couple different things. We've done a couple RFPs as well as the previous IRPs. So very familiar with the PNM system and excited to be here. We have previously for this IRP helped with the thermal VLCC analysis, as well as helping calculate ELCCs and the target reserve margin for the Encompass runs. And so that was the beginning of the analysis. And now we are at the point where from the Encompass runs, we get the portfolios and then rerun them in our software, Servum, to ensure that they are indeed reliable as we hope they are. And so I think, George, yeah, thank you. If you're controlling it, that next slide. These next 2 slides are not new information. They are just the portfolios summarized, what we have modeled in Servum. And for these reliability checks, we are focusing on the 2036, 2040, and 2045 study years. So you can see here the CTP scenario. This is all provided from PNM. We put it into our software using the same or similar unit characteristics, serve them as a production cost model, so it actually runs 8760 scenarios across multiple weather years, different iterations of unit outage draws to kind of stochastically determine what the loss of load expectation and some other reliability metrics, what those might be for the portfolio. So that is the portfolio for the CTP, as well as a load forecast. And then the next slide, you can go ahead and move forward. It's just going to be the HEG portfolio and build out. So again, not anything new here, but what we're happy to present is the 2 slides forward, the table for there you go. Yeah. So here are the reliability results for the CTP portfolio. Again, a little recap. Encompass is, I'm not a Encompass modeler, so I'll feel free to correct me, anyone on the PNM team, but it is basically minimizing costs over a 20-year span. And so from year to year, the estimated reserve margin may be higher or lower than the 14.5% target. And so what we're doing in these runs is we want to ensure that the estimated reserve margin we have in Encompass that's built off of the ELCCs that we calculated prior to these runs, that aligns with the loss of load expectation we see in our runs. So in those first 2 columns, you'll see the kind of key reliability metrics, LOLE, which is your loss of load expectation, and then EUE, which is expected unserved energy. Next to that, you'll see the estimated reserve margin. And so in that first row, 2036, we have an 18.8% reserve margin. And so we would expect that to be more reliable than our 14.5% target. That corresponds to 0.1 LOLE. We put it in our Servum software, simulated, and we see that we get about 0.05 LOLE, which makes sense. That tells us that, hey, our ELCCs that we input into the Encompass model make sense, and the portfolio that it's building is indeed reliable relative to the reserve margin. 2040, you'll see that we are a little below our 14.5% reserve margin target, so we would expect it to be less reliable than 0.1, and indeed it is. And then in 2045, we get closer to that 14.5% reserve margin. We are slightly more reliable than we would expect. I think it's reasonably within the noise of the model to say that, hey, we're about 14.5% reserve margin, and we're about 0.1 LOLE. There is a kind of underlying thing happening that is more pronounced in the HEG portfolio that we can touch on the next slide. But in that last year, I think we're a little more reliable than our estimated reserve margin is indicating. You can see the note on this slide. In that 2045 year, we do have significant nuclear capacity, which is base load, providing a lot of energy to the system, as well as the retirements of some existing wind and solar units. And so as wind and solar retire, the average ELCC of those categories actually increases. Not necessarily the total megawatts of reliability value, but on average, what is the ELCC of those categories? I think they increase a little due to some existing retirements. Yeah, that's the CTP results. And then there's that final column or 1 second, George. Yeah, just let me touch on that last column. We also did a little additional analysis, kind of checking, hey, what amount of 4-hour battery do we need to either add or remove to get to 0.1? And so you'll see for 2036, if we remove about 170 megawatts of 4-hour, that's what it would take to get that portfolio in that year to 0.1 LOLE. Yeah, next slide, please. The HEG portfolio follows a similar trend. We're a little over reliable in 2036. Makes sense. 18.6% reserve margin coupled with a 0.05 LOLE. Similarly, we're near that 14.5% reserve margin in 2040, and we are at 0.11 LOLE. And then in that last year, you can see a little more pronounced that the kind of effect I was talking about in the CTP slide. I think that 15.1% number is built off of our estimated ELCCs. And so in the HEG scenario specifically, it's changing the system a little more than the CTP relative to how the portfolio we calculated our ELCCs on. And so you can see a little more pronounced maybe disconnect from the ELCCs that we're estimating compared to their actual reliability value. And so 15.1% reserve margin in 2045, we would expect it to be slightly better than 0.1. I think it's a little more reliable here than we would expect, and that's due to the retirement of those wind and solar existing resources, as well as the system being more flush with energy with those nuclear units coming online. So all in all, that's the analysis we've done, checking these two portfolios. I think everything makes sense on our end, and we're happy with the results built from our Encompass, from the inputs we provided for the Encompass modeling, and then checking the portfolios. So yeah, that's about all I have, I guess. Yeah, I'll turn it back over to the GridWorks and PNM teams. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nick and Tom. Let's go ahead and open up to questions on any of the topics that have been covered to date, to this morning. Any questions, please raise your hand, either in the room or on WebEx. We'll start with you. Please give your name, organization, and your outside voice.
Thanks, Mark. Tom Sullivan with 350 New Mexico and the Geothermal Working Group. Boy, what really stands out is the addition of a gigawatt of nuclear generation between 2040 and 2045. I'm just wondering when you will decide which communities that nuclear generation will be placed in, and when will they be notified?
Yeah, I would say that we're pretty far ahead of some of those years at this point, and there will be other IRPs that will start focusing more specifically on those. You guys have already some good questions about what is really valid for that time period, from 2040 to 2045, and getting to the carbon zero portfolio. So a lot of those details are not something we're going to have answers for today. And
I can back up the time frame for how long it takes to build and then, apply for a permit. There is a pretty well-established time frame. It's very long to build new nuclear sites. So I would say probably in the 2030s, you would need to be making those decisions and those notifications. Is that reasonable?
So, can I interject?
Yeah.
I think maybe there's a disconnect here.
Okay.
Oh, Lori Williams, PNM. Thank you very much, Bruno. I think there's a disconnect. So what comes out in the IRP, we are still required statutorily to issue requests for proposals for generation.
Yeah.
We do not just get to go build whatever shows up in this. There have to be competitive bids into a request for proposals. That's what gets constructed. This is indicative, based on the data that we have today, of what that might look like. But it is certainly not what we can guarantee will happen, given the way the process is set up into two parts. So maybe that helps give some context.
I think it's still a valid question, though. It's like, when is that whole process gonna commence in this hypothetical scenario where you build a gigawatt of generation by 2025 of nuclear to be sited in New Mexico, which I think you could anticipate will spark some response to potential opposition, given its nuclear and this is effective. So, like, I would say probably in the 2030s, maybe
That's
the
fair.
early 2030s,
Sure, that's fair.
which is, years away.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
That might be a headline.
Let me see, I see Bruno, did you have your hand up also?
Yeah.
Barbara? And Glenn, let's start with you, Bruno, please name,
Just to,
introduction.
oh, come on.
Yes,
Bruno Carrara, and I represent myself, and which I sometimes argue with. But, no, I think that was a valid point. The other flip side of your question was that I think you've got about 3 more IRP before that decision date kind of has to be made. So I don't know if that tempers the discussion or not, but I think he's got your point is well made. You've got a long lead time.
If I was a reporter for the Albuquerque Journal and saw this data, I would certainly be asking those questions.
I understand that they're hard.
great, hey, Tom,
Wait. I've got 2 other questions that are not directly related to this. Please forgive me. I haven't been involved in all these things that closely. What is PNM connection to CAISO? And is that impact, and does that connection to CAISO anyway impact future decisions? And then the second part is, I understand that the AC interconnect that has existed for several years in southern, southwestern, southeastern Mexico no longer is active. Are there any these are peripheral questions, they're not specific. Is PNM planning to do to put in some kind of DC interconnection to any of the main systems?
I'll answer that. I think, let me take, because it's a couple pieces, but really good questions. So I think our connection to CAISO today is through the regional markets. So we interact in the energy imbalance market today on a real-time basis.
Good.
Yep, so we've been in the energy imbalance market for a couple of years. I think we've saved customers through that membership just about $100 million here. Been a great piece of efficiency for the entire Western United States as it does its transition. Renewables, sharing of excess energy at times and having a system that's kind of bigger than the weather has been really effective for us, and as well as all the other utilities that participate in that. We're also in the process right now of transitioning to the CAISO's EDAM, or extended day ahead market. Will be operational in the day ahead market in October 27th. That process has been ongoing for about a year, and that is expected to bring great benefits as well. The 2 markets are forming in the West. So as the stubborn Western United States is not going into a single market, which would frankly be the most efficient thing. We all know that, but it's splintered into 2. So we have an SPP market forming and this CAISO day ahead market forming. So there will be seams across the western United States. The seams rules will be important to understanding how those two markets will work together. PNM's participating and trying to make sure the two groups are talking to each other and utilities don't end up on the short end of the stick when all those rules get made. So those are today how we're connected. SunZia is energized, it's been energized for a little while. That is a DC transmission line that is not connected to the PNM system in any way. Think about it like an express highway out of the state. It's a DC line that's carrying about 3,000 megawatts of wind out of the state. Lots of benefits for the state. Good things coming out of that in terms of rural New Mexico and tax benefits and all the other things. But that is connected into generally the Phoenix area. And that's operating well. So that's good. The AC version of SunZia, I think, is the transmission you were asking about.
No, there was the DC interconnect, that was owned by PNM and built 40 years ago.
Oh, are you talking about the Blackwater converter?
Yeah,
Okay. So the Blackwater converter is something that we're looking at trying to refurbish and expand. So that is a process that we've undergone. It's one of the options that we put in the IRP. There's 4 transmission options and I've studied as potential assistance. We know transmission is going to have a great benefit generally to customers as we move more and more down the intermittent resource road. Having those increased interconnections to neighboring utilities will really help us keep the system balanced and be able to dynamically share back and forth as sun shines, wind blows, and all those things. So yes, they're looking at that. That's been part of the 20-year plan, and we included it into the IRP. And you'll see as we get to the action plans, more things, what we're going to do with some of those options going forward. So I won't spoil the punchline there, but
but so basically, those 2 considerations are included in all the IRP analysis.
there are sensitivities that include that in the IRP analysis. Yeah.
And will change the burden in the future on it.
Yeah, and we'll continue. You guys will see a lot more. We filed for CCNs for 2 transmission lines. That's active at the commission right now. You'll see us, if we filed for information about another that we're filing CCNR this summer. That will be really integral to bringing 800 megawatts of wind into our balancing authority. So already 3 transmission lines basically pending at the PRC right now. Any of those, I think we talked about it early on, any of those transmission lines are really key to making sure that we can keep going down the renewables road. That is an absolute must. Regardless of load growth, you have to have increased interconnectivity to be able to balance this.
Well,
So Bruno, I'm gonna have, help us move back, and just note, okay, great. Note that also there are other utilities in the state, particularly El Paso Electric, that's interested in that same facility, as an asset. I think it's co-owned, but anyway, there is interest, and that was a high priority item in their action plan, the last couple of years ago. So I see Glenn's hand up and then Chelsea Hodling, on the virtual. So, Glenn, your name, introduction, please, and question.
Yeah, sure. Glenn Weichel, Third Act, New Mexico. We're a group of elders nationwide who work on energy and climate policy. And first, I just wanted to say it was nice before when we had a microphone to pass along, and I feel.
We do.
Okay, so it would be great, Lori, if when you're speaking, especially, you could use the microphone. I think that would help the people online as well.
Okay, great.
Because you're facing that way. So,
Oh, I'm trying to, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good point. Good
Um,
point.
Anyway, I feel like I'm pretty loud. I have 2 questions on gas.
Thank you.
And the first one is, now that you have the results from the gas volatility study, will you circle back and incorporate those into the models to show us how it changes the results?
I think our conclusions, that might be a good question to ask, we have it out there and have a chance to review the results, but I think at this point, we don't really see anything that would alter how we would model gas today in that study.
Okay, and the second gas question is, if we-
Glenn, please use the microphone.
oh, am I live? No?
Is it on?
Steve,
Lights on, hello, hello.
what color is it?
Red, oh, it needs to be green? Yeah. Okay. Second question is, regarding the, reliability slides that we just looked at, where the adjustment was 4-hour batteries. Could that be done with gas? What would be the adjustment to gas to come into line with the loss of load expectation?
I would suspect you could do that with gas as well. Typically, when PowerGen has done these analysis for us, they've actually defined what perfect capacity is required to get back to a point one LLE. This time they actually took out an existing technology and did that, but I don't know why you didn't know themselves.
Okay, I'd like to make that an official request and maybe somebody else will second that. That's it, thanks.
Thank you. Chelsea, could you please come off mute and give your name, organization, and question, please?
Hi, this is Chelsea O'Tailing with Energy Futures Group. I just had a question about the tables that were presented. For any year that the portfolio doesn't meet the 0.1 LOE, are you doing like a feedback loop back to Encompass to incorporate additional resources, or is this the end of the modeling process?
It's pretty much the end. There's obviously other portfolios that you could have looked at, but generally the reserve margin number, the results show us is reasonable for targeting capacity expansion that will meet the reliability criteria. If it's under the reliability criteria, in any one year, we don't specifically go back and necessarily focus on that. If there was a trend over the 20 years, or particularly in the term years, you might want to actually go back and round trip with Encompass. We didn't see that was necessary for this IRP. I don't know if Shane wants to put any other comments or input around that, or Nick Simmons.
Yeah, Chelsea, this is Shane from PNM. I'll just kind of echo what Tom said. You know, we're really just we want to keep our eyes on the focus period 22 to 2036. That's why we looked at 2036 as one of the years we wanted to run through SERVM for the CTP and HEG. Obviously, those 2 years show that our portfolios are reliable. There could be adjustments to be made downward to get exactly to a 0.1. But then again, and Nick touched on this a little bit, you know, we're also trying to optimize and minimize on net present value over 20 years. You can, yes, if you look at the results, they're showing that it's adding some resources such as long duration storage, because it's economic, not necessarily just to target the 14%. So there's a little bit of a balance, and that's something that we'll need to look at as we get closer to that 2033 to 36 window. Those will be decided in future RFPs and evaluations on exactly where we're going to land. And that's where we'll make those decisions. But we don't plan on adjusting, you know, or taking out resources in 2040 or 2045 for this IRP at this time.
Okay.
Nick Simmons, did you want to add anything? Nick?
No, I think that makes sense. That pretty much covers it.
Okay, Chelsea, does that address your question?
Yeah, I just had a second question, if that's okay.
Oh,
If
please,
not,
go ahead.
okay. I was just wondering, are any of those stakeholder scenarios going to be run through SERVM for portfolio verification, or are these the only portfolios that are being evaluated?
We do have one stakeholder scenario that we've teed up ours one to look at. It's tied back to the June 10th stakeholders presentations. And that was a request tied to having a change in the portfolio mix where stakeholders asked to consider what does that do to the viability. So we are looking at that particular one and we'll provide that in the future. I'm not really expecting that we're going to see significant variation from the 41 LOE.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for the questions. Barbara, last question on this topic, and then we're going to hear some more about what does it all mean.
Hey, I'm Barbara Chatterjee. I'm a customer and I don't have any tech knowledge, so that's why I come with the kind of questions I do. Can you hear me? Okay.
Make the light green.
What? The light, the light is variable. All right, sometimes it's green. All right, when I saw the presentation on LLE, et cetera, I had really raised two questions with me in terms of future planning, because we're looking out at 2046. The retirement of solar and wind, is there no functioning here for replacing that solar and wind with more solar and wind, if that's appropriate? And my second question is the extent to which the nuclear, as was discussed, because it really did kind of light a flash bulb here, is that kind of a token for potentially other technology as well that might be available in 20 years, so that you would be considering that? So it seems to me that somehow, even if it can't be modeled now, there has to be some recognition in the discussion about what's really in the mix.
I think that's a really great point. Hopefully we didn't break your ears.
Mike walks to this table.
I think that's a really good point. And I think that's when we've been trying to stress throughout the workshops is this really is indicative. We know we've got resources in 3 buckets, and that firm generating resource is where that nuclear sits. It's where geothermal sits. It's where long duration storage sits, right? And we're using indicative costs that we know today, and it's making those decisions based on that. So as we move through time, costs become more clear. Certain technologies develop faster than others. Certain technologies are more amenable to communities, whatever the factors end up being. This really is just meant to be indicative of the types of characteristics the resources need to have. And in terms of the pricing that's available today or known today or assumed today through EPRI and NREL and others, that's really what it's trying to show us. It's not giving us a recipe for exactly what's going to happen in 2043, exactly in 2044. There's a lot of assumption going into this, and reality will tell the story for us at some point as those technologies develop. But I think your point is a great one, and one we've tried to stress throughout the workshops is think about this as we need things that are firm generating resources that meet the decarbonized criteria. That's what it's telling us. It's not telling us we're putting in 5 nuclear plants in 2043, right? It's telling you need this amount of firm generating resource. So things that meet those characteristics, and should they become the economics of those down, the type of thing, that's what we'll end up going through, as well as whatever bids in our RFP. That's a huge piece of this, is who actually develops things, what costs are they developing those, are they bidding them into New Mexico's RFPs? That will be a part of this as well. But great point.
Great, thank you, Laura.
Yeah, and I might just add on your questions of expiring PPAs of solar and wind. And for the purpose of the IRP, we assume that those are basically going to be replaced at whatever the price of new resources would be. In practice, they're probably in a position to renew and extend, possibly in more favorable terms than somebody who has to build a new facility. But for the purposes of the IRP, we're just basically assuming the technologies, and some of these other technologies are in that end time frame, beating up the prices for the wind and solar, so you're seeing them replaced by other types of technologies.
Great. Tom, we have a question on, from Brian Turner. He's asking that the stakeholder scenario that's still going to be run through the reliability analysis, could you remind stakeholders which run that is?
We were going to focus on scenario 12, is the stakeholder center.
And that it covers a sort of a variety of technologies.
Yes, it has a lot more low side programs modeled in there. And then we did look at less gas in pretty much throughout the time frame, no new gas in the time frame.
And you can see the details of that, Brian, in the last office hour, the definition of that scenario. Is that right, Tom? Yeah, we described it. And thanks, Brian. I think we're going to move on. Go ahead, Kathy.
One more chat. I just want to recognize Darren Zigish from the PRC. Darren, do you want to offer it yourself or should I paraphrase?
Well, I can speak. Yeah, I just, it was more of a comment, to Tom Solomon's point on the nuclear, if that, and to Lori's point that it's kind of generic, it's kind of a generic zero carbon resource, but, these, if it's long duration storage or it's a nuclear power plant, these needed to be started yesterday. And so we should have something in the action plan that actually takes action on some of these resources that are going to take 10, 15, 20 years to develop and deploy. So if the action plan doesn't cover that, I think we've got somewhat of a hole in our IRP because it needs to not be so speculative that it doesn't serve a purpose. So I think that's, and then the other question is, if you have that much nuclear on the system, are you still maintaining your 2080 mix according to the ETA? So I don't know if that analysis has been looked at. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Great, thank you.
Good questions, Darren, and I'll hit your first point. I think you will see in the action plan some actions that we're planning to take. I think for these emergent technologies that are not bidding in RFPs, it is our take, and you'll see this in the action plan, that we need some collective efforts at the state level to try to get some funding for emergent technology. We're not seeing it develop. People are not developing it on their own, at least to a point where they are willing to bid into utility RFPs at set costs and set deliverable dates, which is what we need. We need that certainty for the purpose of ensuring affordability and that we're making prudent financial decisions. So you'll see in our action plan that we're looking to do some things, Darren, that would potentially bring in the novel funding opportunities and try to put our heads together about how we potentially get the state to step in to help us get some of these technologies more developed more quickly. Because that's really, they aren't there today. None of those are there today. So I can't go pursue them because I can't spend millions or billions of dollars in speculative development that I then charge to our customers, and those technologies don't end up working. That's not a role the utility can play at this moment in time.
Great, thank you, Lori.
Let me address Darren's comment on that.
Yeah, there's 80-20. I just turned it off.
I just wanted to address Darren's question regarding the 80-20 split between zero carbon energy and renewables. So Darren, if you look back at the April and May meetings, we presented those results for at least the three futures, basically showing that we are going to be at the 80-20, and those are actually constraints we put into our modeling. So it's going to be hitting those or targeting those for any portfolios that it comes up with. So
Great, thanks, Shane, for adding that. I'm sure there's more question and discussion, but we'd really like to shift to the presentation about what does all this modeling mean and how does it inform the statement of need. So Tom, would you like to introduce the team from E3 and then we'll shift into that presentation?
Yes, so E3's been working with us a lot on this IRP and through this process. Yes. So today we have with us Sierra Spencer. She's been one of the teams supporting PNM, and she is going to go through some of the rationale and developing the statement of need, and then looking at specifically what did come out of our model runs, and how do you summarize that down to a statement of need. Ben Easley has done the primary one that we've worked with on this, and he did much of the work behind this presentation along with the other E3 members that are helping. So, and I think Ben may be available
Yes.
online to help answer questions and stuff as we go through this. But anyway, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Sierra.
You want the
Give you.
Sure, let's do that. We're behind one here. I think this is easier. But you know, manage more things. Is everyone able to hear me okay? Are you able to hear me? Yeah, so thanks, Tom. I will be walking through some of the planning paradigms, given some of the volatility in a modern planning era. And yes, I've been on the phone. I can support with questions. But to start, I'm going to give an overview of, yes, we'll also talk about kind of how this starts to pertain to PNM's statement of need and action plan. So in terms of a paradigm shift that has been occurring within utility planning, both for PNM and across utilities across the country, historically, we've seen that there's a bit more of a kind of static and linear planning approach. There's a much more predictable and flat load growth that utilities have had to historically plan around. And any incremental resource needs have historically been met with thermal that has a much more kind of standardized, predictable dispatch. And there has also been historically more standardized lead times for procuring and bringing those resources online. There have been more predictable and stable supply chains, and lower equipment competition. So it's generally been historically a much more kind of straightforward planning approach versus what we've seen over the past few years, a kind of increasingly volatile, complex planning system. So this is partially driven by unprecedented load growth. So there's been a massive amount of load growth, and that is expected to continue, driven both by load, by data centers as well as electrification. There's also a significant amount of uncertainty with those loads. And there's also a larger range of technologies that are available for selection for meeting resource needs. And there's both, that includes intermittent resources as well as storage, emerging technologies. And there's also greater uncertainty in the ability and the timeframe to procure equipment. So given interconnection bottlenecks, import tariffs, there's a more complex and often longer process to bring resources online. And these all have implications for the planning processes that utilities must take. Go to the next slide. So now we'll go into a bit more detail on some of these drivers for what is creating this volatility in the utility planning landscape. So on loads and alternatives, there has been an unparalleled pace of load growth, as well as significant uncertainty in when that load growth will show up, if that load growth will show up. And the load shapes generally have not seen the same kind of flat shape that they had historically. There's much more variability and peakiness in terms of load, especially by some of the electrification loads that are contributing to that. There's also a number of demand-side resources that have already been brought online to help smooth out those loads and reduce stress on the grid. So distributed energy resources and demand response have been contributing to that. And then in terms of technology and policy, so they historically have used thermal to meet any resource needs, but given the larger and more complex mix of resources that are available, and there's greater intermittency with a lot of the resources that are available, more uncertainty in terms of the cost and the time frame for emerging technologies and clean firm resources
to be brought online. And a lot of this being driven by carbon-free mandates, for needing to kind of bring on that more complex mix of resources. And then in terms of grid headroom limits, so there have been more kind of transmission infrastructure related bottlenecks and constraints to being able to bring new resources online. So there are both existing constraints within the physical system to add more resources, as well as backlogs in interconnection queues and studies that have made it necessary to have a longer lead time for bringing new resources online. And then macro capital risk. So there have been a number of kind of volatile federal policies that have made it increasingly challenging for developers to kind of anticipate what costs they're able to meet and to be able to bring their resources online. So for example, import tariffs, have heard that a lot of developers won't know the prices that they're getting charged for import tariffs until their equipment has been delivered. So there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility in terms of prices, as well as with lead times for being able to actually secure a lot of the equipment that's needed for these resources, both in terms of the resources themselves, as well as the supporting infrastructure. And so a lot of these uncertainties kind of compound on top of each other, and they contribute towards making a single portfolio planning paradigm difficult and challenging to for utilities to plan to. And so we've seen a shift for a lot of utilities to a more flexible least regrets framework that helps support flexibility and adaptability given uncertainty under different conditions, both in terms of what resources may cost, what resources are available. And so kind of seeing this transition, we'll go into more detail on kind of what that transition looks like. Go to the next slide. And so with this, we've seen the longer planning runways that are needed, given some of these interconnection constraints, supply chain constraints. And so this has necessitated a longer planning period. So it is no longer sufficient to just be looking 3 years out at a given time in terms of a planning framework. There's a need to have a longer focus period to account for the lead times that we're seeing for bringing resources and infrastructure online. And so this kind of then leads to the condition where if you're planning more into the future, there's greater uncertainty. So the further you look out, the more uncertainty that gets introduced in terms of cost, resources will be available, what the performance will be. And so this kind of greater uncertainty that comes with greater planning timeframes further necessitates this least regrets planning framework. So the further you look out, the more you want to make sure your system is, and your planning is adaptable to any conditions that change and may make given resources more or less advantageous to be bringing online. You can go to the next slide. And so what does this kind of least regrets adaptable framework look like? And so what we've seen, especially from other utilities that have kind of looked to adapt this least regrets framework, is transitioning away from a single winning portfolio and starting to look across a number of different scenarios and sensitivities to identify common denominators, common resources that are appearing across different scenarios to help ensure that any selections are robust to different potential futures. And so it kind of helps maintain flexibility and leave PNM room to adapt as different market conditions emerge without by kind of setting up the kind of common denominators, which we'll show kind of what this looks like illustratively, or kind of how to think about that with the results from the scenarios that PNM has modeled. And then in terms of actually executing on what this could look like to maintain a least regrets approach towards planning, this can be done through market-based competitive procurement structures. So for example, all source RFPs and demand-side RFPs that allow for real-world data to be bid in by bidders, by potential developers, to be getting real cost data, real performance data to allow for PNM to make decisions based off of what could actually be brought online and at what cost. There could also be more kind of firming up of some of the inputs and assumptions that can help reduce some of the uncertainty. So for example, firming up the load forecast, given the amount of uncertainty in the load forecast, and also continuing to evaluate demand side alternatives, both as measures that can help reduce the risk and uncertainty that are inherent with planning assumptions. Move to the next slide. So next we can go through some of the results. We'll start at kind of a high level before getting into some of the quantitative results. We'll kind of tee up what some of the trends to look out for are across the quantitative results with some of these qualitative descriptions. And we'll start with the current trends and policy case. And so here, looking across all the different sensitivities and scenarios that are run for the CTP future. And first looking at the focus period, 2033 and 2036. A common theme throughout all these sensitivities are that demand side resources can play an important role in the system, that energy efficiency and demand response are commonly selected across sensitivities. And so that being an example of this kind of common denominator, this is selected throughout different sensitivities. And so it's a kind of robust takeaway for PNM that this will be a resource that PNM will look to include across different potential futures and scenarios. Also see throughout different sensitivities that there is a need for new solar generation, as well as battery storage. In terms of the remainder of the planning period, so beyond 2036 through 2045, there is a kind of common denominator of long-term firm dispatchable capacity that gets selected. So kind of see that throughout different sensitivities, as well as the need for emerging technologies. So different, as these costs decline to the long-term, CVs commonly get selected. And for kind of the strategic takeaway from these results, are given that these kind of core resource needs, the solar and storage through the focus period, so the clean firm resources longer into the future, given that those are commonly selected, those can be interpreted to represent least direct actions that PNM can take. And so some of the next steps that could come from that are having some of those competitive processes and procurements that kind of allow for that real world data to be submitted when selecting the specific resources, but kind of having a sense for what types of resources can best serve those needs. We can go to the next slide. Evaluating other features. And so there's kind of one layer of robustness that can be added by looking at the CPP sensitivities, and then an additional layer of robustness by looking at some of the other features, so different scenarios for economic growth. For the low economic growth feature, see across different sensitivities that there is a minimal amount of resources that are needed through 2040. So there's, given the lower load, lower economic growth, there's not as many resources that are needed. However, do still see commonly selected demand side management resources, especially energy efficiency that gets selected. In contrast, in the high economic growth feature, do see incremental resource needs across sensitivities relative to the CTP feature. So in 2032 to 2036, in the focus period, see incremental needs across all resource types, so carbon-free, dynamic balancing, and firm dispatchable resources getting selected. And then through the 2045, see an even larger incremental amount of resource needs relative to CTP. And then in the extreme economic development sensitivities, see even higher amount of incremental need both in the near term as well as in the long term through 2045. So again, see carbon-free, dynamic balancing, and firm dispatchable resources that must get selected incremental to the CTP feature. Move to the next slide. And then the last kind of high level results that we'll go through, we did look at some of the high value alternative sensitivities. So these are sensitivities that we see providing value to PNM system, but given their level of uncertainty and materializing, haven't included these as a kind of default base within the default or base case, but do explore these as sensitivities. So these would include demand flexibility through time of use or time of day pricing, and have seen that peak pricing can alter the load shapes and defer some of the capacity needs from that smoothing of load. I've also seen accelerated DER integration, and so have seen that cases with higher amounts of distributed energy resources do look favorable, but given some of the uncertainties around adoption levels, are maintaining this as a sensitivity rather than including those within a kind of default assumption. And then lastly, the strategic transmission expansion. And so I've seen that targeted grid expansion can help unlock value and access to regional markets. But again, keeping that as a sensitivity. And then, yeah, again, given some of this uncertainty, both around adoption and behavior, are needing to kind of include this within the range of results that PNM is looking at without kind of honing in and only looking at these results. I think we can go to the next slide. So now we have some quantitative results. Hopefully you can see these from the back, but this is kind of a new way of looking at some of the resource builds that we've shared, that have been shared so far.
You really can't see it from back.
Yeah.
If it could be full screen, it would help.
I wonder if there's,
We'll lose we'll lose our virtual. So let's see, if you have computer,
Paper copies.
you can open it up from the Goodworks website.
You can magnify it actually. 100%, make it 150. Yeah.
Oh, there.
Can you also
Okay.
close out the people on the top?
No, no.
With the double arrows on your upper right hand, you should be able to,
that's really up to
right there.
next slide.
Yep.
Better?
I can go across as a top through some of these.
That's a lot better.
Okay.
Okay, great. So what we have here are boxes that represent the range of resources that get selected across a number of different sensitivities. So these are all shown for CTP, and these do not include stakeholder scenarios, but we do have a version of this in 2 slides that does include the stakeholder scenarios. So these only include PNM design sensitivities. But the boxes represent ranges. So for example, in 2032, this orange box for solar represents a range of say about 350 to 450 megawatts of resources of solar that must get selected across sensitivities. The black hash lines represent that the same amount of resources is getting selected across all sensitivities. So for example, for wind in 2032, see that about 800 megawatts is getting selected across sensitivities. And we start to see that some of these boxes start to kind of expand and represent a larger range of uncertainty and kind of difference in outcomes across different sensitivities. So for example, by 2045, see a much larger range in solar that gets selected across sensitivities. And looking across some of these, some of the key takeaways are that we kind of label them through letters. So it's starting with A. There is demand side management resources that get commonly selected. So see kind of a narrow band that expands, barely expands through 2045. So kind of see this as a common denominator. There is demand side management that can provide value to PNM system. In terms of B, you can see that there's consistently across different sensitivities, solar and then that gets selected, increasing as kind of you get later into the planning horizon. But you see that there, at least across all sensitivities, there is a certain amount of solar and then that gets selected. Looking at C, do you see that short duration battery storage, unsurprisingly, is kind of the most commonly selected of the storage resources. But do start to have a larger amount of firm capacity resources get selected into later years. This is 2040, start to see other clean firm resources get selected and start to see short duration battery get selected in larger amounts across different sensitivities. And then by 2045, are seeing even larger amounts of clean firm resources that must get selected given ETA requirements. Yeah, so this, we can go through a similar set of charts for other scenarios, other futures. We do also provide in, can we go to the next slide?
Certainly.
We also do have table form. I think this just backs up the charts that we showed on the previous slide, but it's here for reference. We do have the minimum and maximum amount of resources that get selected across sensitivities, and just a little bit of orientation. These are organized. There's a certain amount of resources that are assumed to be selected based off of the 2029 to 2032 RFP. The next column is the 2029 to 2032 supplemental RFP, and then the remainder of these columns are kind of generic resources that can be selected. But yes, this table is just included for reference to back up the chart from the previous slide. Go to the next slide. So now this set of results includes stakeholder scenarios. I can zoom in. So maybe starting with 2032, just kind of orient to how these results are shown. The hashed represents the CTP range. So for example, you can see for solar, you can see this hashed portion that is the CTP range. And then the remainder of the solid block represents the stakeholder scenario results. So you can see there's more solar that is needed across sensitivities when including the stakeholder scenarios in 2032 relative to this hashed band that represented the CTP scenarios. There are some instances like natural gas in 2040 that has a bit of the hash sticking out, and that indicates that there is more gas selected in the CTP cases relative to the stakeholder scenarios. So you can kind of get a sense for where there's overlap and where there are differences between the PNM design sensitivities and the stakeholder scenarios. Some of the takeaways from these sets of results, so we still see demand side management consistently getting selected and playing a role to PNM's system. Also still see a sizable amount of solar, wind, and short duration battery storage that gets selected, and again, in increasing amounts as we look later into the future. You can see that under certain cost assumptions, there are nuclear geothermal that get selected in larger quantities, with that increasing over time, so that's shown in C. And then by 2040 and 2045, again, see that there's a need for clean, firm resources given the EPA requirements. And then if you go to the next slide, again, we show these results in table form for reference. Similar structure to the CTP, but these do include the stakeholder scenarios. Move to the next slide.
Can you go back to the previous slide and just answer your question? So within the bucket of what you're calling advanced generator, what is included in that category?
So oh, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, sorry, Sarah. I was just going to say to Tom, the advanced generator is a linear generator.
That's the only item.
That's correct.
But you mentioned that geothermal gets selected, but I'm not seeing that. I thought maybe that was included in that category, but it's not.
Yes, geothermal is right here with this red bar. So you can see in 2045, there's kind of a range up to about 400 megawatts that gets selected.
Okay, maybe I'm looking at the wrong.
It's in the green advanced generators.
Well, okay. Aha. Thank you.
Great, so we have similar sets of results. We just briefly walk through these for other futures. So this is for the low economic growth future. Again, see the hash is what had been selected in the CGP, but given we've kind of predominantly hashed without any solid bars, that's representing that there's much less resource additions that are needed in the low economic growth future. So see much fewer selections for solar and wind. Do start to see some nuclear advanced generators getting selected in smaller amounts in later years. Do see a common theme of demand side management still playing a role. So with this kind of black line that represents that's being selected across all sensitivities. You can see that throughout all years. But there's much less longer duration storage that's needed to get selected relative to the CTP future. And there are still some of the clean firm. We're also some short duration storage that's needed in 2045, but relatively much fewer resource selection compared to CTP. Go to the next slide. Again, just have a table version for reference to back up the chart. You can go to the next slide. So here we have the high economic growth scenario. So unlike the low economic growth, see much more kind of full solid bars representing that incremental resource additions are needed relative to the CTP case. So again, a common theme, still seeing demand side resources getting selected across a number of sensitivities with a bit of a kind of tighter band relative to CTP. Still do see, as shown in B, a large amount of solar and wind, larger incremental to CTP, but still a large amount getting selected, with that increasing through later years. Short duration storage still getting selected in large quantities, and then an even larger range of clean firm resources that are getting selected in later years. You can go to the next slide. And then again, another table that shows these results. And then the last feature that we have is the extreme economic development feature. So this shows the, given the kind of higher amounts of load that are needed, there are even, still seeing demand side resources playing a role kind of consistently. In order to meet this extreme load growth, there is a significant increase in the amount of solar and 4-hour storage that gets selected. Sometimes this is double relative to CTP. We kind of see these as more consistently hashed lines, given kind of the fewer sensitivities that are run, but can kind of still compare these to the hashed bars, these kind of like flat lines. And again, still seeing a large amount of clean firm resources that are getting selected in later years. Again, a table to kind of for reference on those results. And then I think the last slide that we have is kind of in taking all of these results and thinking about how does this materialize into a statement of need. You can kind of look across, looking at those kind of common denominators, what are the low and the highest levels of selection across cases, and have represented those in this table. There's first the baseline resources, so these are more consistent given kind of the amount of procurement that is already underway in RFPs, but also have these shown for the incremental generic resources for CTP across carbon-free, dynamic balancing, and firm dispatchable resources. And can see in each year the kind of lower end of how much of these resources are getting selected, as well as at the higher end, how much is getting selected. And can kind of use that as PNM starts to think about what is their need and where does that need fall within this range. And then also show how that is incremental for some of the higher load growth cases, for the high economic growth and extreme economic growth cases. So those are above the CTP case. But I think there will be more detail provided in subsequent sections on how this is shaping the statement of need and action plan. But happy to answer any questions, especially if there are any kind of interpreting some of these results since the charts are in a kind of newer format, or any other questions that have come up.
Great, thanks, Sierra. Hold here. Before we open to questions, could you go to the results for the CTP with all scenarios? And Sierra, can you remind the stakeholders which resources are in which category? Carbon-free, from dispatchable, and dynamic balancing, just so people know what the translation between the technologies here and your last chart. That would be great.
Yes, so in terms of, so this carbon-free, this. Oh yeah, this might be a better illustration of this. So carbon-free, I guess first we had the solar wind energy efficiency that are tying to carbon-free, the dynamic balancing that includes short duration batteries and demand response, and then firm dispatchable being all the other resources listed here.
What's an advanced generator? That's a term I don't know.
It's a linear generator.
The advanced generator.
But the term advanced is being used there because it's a technology that can run, it runs on fuel source. Initially, we would probably expect those run on natural gas, but they can also run on hydrogen. So they're separated out from specifically natural gas because there's no conversion of fuel if you switch to something else in the future.
So this would be like if hydrogen became available and substituted for natural gas or something like that in your particularly for your firm generation?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
But I think this is a great illustration of, these are placeholders. So I think that folks are again getting caught up in the specific technology. Really the punchline here is This is how much firm dispatch, this is how much dynamic balancing, this is how much carbon free energy, right? That's the way to think about these portfolios. That's what the statement of need will demonstrate. Does that make sense?
But we still need to understand what the function of the terms are. So when we look at something like advanced generation, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
From the outside, I don't know what's in that bucket.
Great, okay. And just the linear.
Analytic,
What's a linear generator?
Sorry, what they just talked about. We'll talk about the technology too.
we can show some pictures. Yeah. Great. Annalynda, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Emily Weller in Western Research.
Wait for the microphone. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Hi, I'm Annalynda Weller. I'm with Western Resource Advocates. And I actually have a follow-up question to what Lori just said, because while I completely understand the category buckets that you're describing, there are some of those category buckets that have resources in them with very different load profiles, like say solar versus wind. And I kind of would love some clarification on how you're thinking about how much solar versus how much wind, other generation that might be within a bucket that has very different load profiles, long duration storage, short battery storage, et cetera. How much of that is fungible across categories that you're thinking, and how much of it is you need this much of something that has a wind-like profile?
Sierra, do you want to comment on that?
I think
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Sarah. I'm happy to jump in there. This is Ben. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. And then apologies. So yeah, this is Ben Elsey from E3. Apologies, I'm on vacation today, so sincere apologies if you have any background noise here. But Anna, to answer your question, I would say these numbers, like broken out per solar and wind, are, to Laurie's point, indicative, right? Now, I get your comment. They have very different profiles in terms of generation, but these are generically priced resources. And if the price of wind, for example, was 10% lower than modeled, and the price of solar was 10% higher than modeled, these modeling results can flip. So I think what we're seeing here is based on the costs that were modeled, based on the production profiles that these resources have, the model consistently picks solar as a primary renewable resource. But what I would not like to come out of this IRP is PNM has a need for solar and no need for wind. Because if there's great low-cost wind out there, absolutely that can help meet the ETA requirements, meet 80% carbon reduction goals. But I don't think you want to be kind of like just making that conclusion right now.
Can I ask one follow-up?
Thank you. One follow-up question that all makes sense. Is there any resource in this list or that you could name that is a must take in this IRP that you know?
I'll give you an answer and then I'll defer to Shane or someone on the PNM team to agree. It's my understanding that the renewable resources, so the carbon-free energy resources, would be considered must-take, right? They have zero operational production costs, so they'll be dispatched first. And then as you go through the firm and dispatchable, the entire intent of modeling a fully dispatchable resource is not to have it as a must-take resource. So that would be kind of dispatched based on economic signals. So that's certainly true for generic resources. Shane, can I just confirm that I didn't give an incorrect answer there?
Yes, Ben, that's correct. And I'm not sure if this is much of what you're asking for. Are you saying like what is the most common or what is totally required for this current transit policies? Here, I'll get it back to you.
So you answered the question I asked, but I asked my question badly. That is a really useful answer to the question that I asked you. But what I meant to ask you was, is there a resource type in the IRP that PNM knows they will have to procure as opposed to a resource category?
No, not that way. Yeah.
I think the answer is no, but I think what we've shown, if you kind of go back to the results that we've been showing, even in this current trends and policies table here, this is telling us that we need something from each category, right? To make it all the way through to minimize cost for customers. That's what it's telling us.
Let's see if there's any hands raised on the virtual before we go back to the room. Kathy, is there any question in the WebEx? No, all right, so Glenn and then Barbara.
Pardon me if this was answered already, because this is an information dense presentation, especially towards the end, and I really appreciate a different way that you presented it in these bar graphs and error bars, if you can call it, on the sensitivities, the range of sensitivities. So I found that helpful, and it's going to take a while to absorb this, really. And so I hope we're not bound to anything that we put into action plan or a statement of need today, because this is really helpful new information, I think. Anyway, your category, the categories are hard to really take in, and one of the things I noticed is that bold seems to be the name of the broad categories, and then you have this category at the bottom that says firm dispatchable, but it seems to include gas, which you have under a different category of dynamic balancing. So I don't know how to parse this out.
Yeah, I think the coloring isn't showing up as great on the screen. There's light gray coloring to kind of show the totals, but the bolded and with kind of gray coloring, light gray rows represent the sums of what is above. So carbon-free includes solar, wind, and energy efficiency. Dynamic balancing includes short duration battery and demand response. And then firm dispatchable includes all other resources below the dynamic balancing row.
Oh, I'm reading it upside down. Okay, sorry.
The coloring is not showing up as great on the screen.
Okay, that's great. So then long duration is considered in the firm dispatchable, which really gets, I can't really control this feedback. I don't know how, but that gets to my core question, which is if you look at lithium-ion BESS, which is kind of the cheapest storage technology available these days, and the prices are dropping dramatically, it falls in both categories, if I understand it correctly, short duration battery and long duration storage, because you could stack the short duration enough until at some point they cross a threshold. I don't know where you have it. Maybe it's 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever. And then it falls into this firm dispatchable category. So I just want to confirm that pretty much. So when it's selecting long duration storage, as opposed to say pumped hydro, which I would also call long duration storage, that really refers to stacked BESS. If it's in the near term, if it's in the long term, maybe it's some emergent technology, but does that all make sense? Is that true?
Right, I think the question of kind of where, like something like stacked 4-hour batteries and something like an 8-hour battery.
Or yeah, just call them 8 or call them 10-hour batteries or whatever. What's the boundary there for BESS to fall into the long duration category?
This is. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, Glenn, so to jump in there, no, you're right. Technically, you could daisy chain 4-hour batteries for eternity and end up with a 100-hour product, right? Just to be really clear, the model does not use these terms in any way, shape, or form. So the model is optimizing to the lowest cost to meet capacity and energy requirements. And then we kind of take the modeling results and then we kind of put them into these various buckets based on what I would consider to be their primary operational kind of technical requirements here. So you're absolutely right. You could say, hey, those batteries really, if you daisy chain them, become more firm and dispatchable, and you can make that argument. But I think here the point we're just trying to prove is for a period of time, 4-hour lithium ion is probably the most economical firm and dispatchable resource to meet your system needs. But when you look out over a longer planning horizon and you start going into 2040, 2045, economically speaking, it doesn't make sense to keep chaining 4-hour batteries together. You need to start looking for a longer product. So again, like the market signal that I see coming out of this IRP is in the short term, you still have enough headroom to add short duration batteries. But as you start looking further ahead, it's probably going to be more economical for a longer duration product. So you start looking at, flow batteries, you start looking at 100-hour batteries, you start looking at pumped hydro. So I would just maybe, yes, the terms are important, but they're not a modeling input as such. It's really just how do you take what's coming out of the model and use it to kind of insinuate what type of resources you're going to need over the next 20 years. Does that kind of make sense, Glenn?
I think it makes sense, and I think we've established that there's a gray area as the duration of the batteries goes up, where it might be long duration storage. And when we do this IRP 3 years from now, the price could be lower. And so anyway, you've used a generic price for long duration storage that's not come out of the battery market. But maybe 3 years from now, that'll be different because it's gray, right?
Yeah, so when you come to issue the RFP, right now, utilities in New Mexico, generally speak, pick 4 hours, although some 8 hours are starting to come into RFPs and be economical. But to your point, as you go further out into the future, RFPs 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, maybe you start saying, okay, we've reached kind of the saturation point for 4-hour batteries. Now what you're starting to see is 8 hours or 16 hours as the technology improves, as the cost come down. So I think that's the astute observation.
We're gonna take, okay, 2 more questions. We're into break, but we're gonna take 2 more questions, one from Barbara and one from Julia. Then we'll take a break. Don't worry, you're gonna be able to engage back in this conversation, also with the next presentation and the breakout session. So, Barbara, did you still have a question? But Julia, okay, what's your name, organization?
Sure, thanks. I'm Julia Ilhart from Linear Energy. First question, I'm just a little bit confused by the gas volumes here in the 2932. Are those meant to represent the same resource? Because my understanding is neither of those have been really specifically procured.
Right, I think these are more so reflective of kind of the characteristics of gas, although yes, they kind of discuss specific resource type has not been confirmed, but kind of modeling for what will be filling that gap in the RFP is kind of a reflective resource.
Okay, because it just looked like on the previous slide, the 2032 gas total seemed to be adding those two together potentially. But it seems to me like they should represent the same resource. Am I understanding that correctly? Like the 186 was selected as a generic resource and then the supplemental will actually procure for that. So it wouldn't make sense to add them.
Yeah, so this is Ben again, just to jump in, apologies here, and PNM again, please confirm this. Those are 2 separate solicitations. So the 186 is an extension of an existing gas unit, to my recollection, with a 40 megawatt new gas generator. And then the 172 is a placeholder for this up and coming RFP. So they are additive, and I think it's 358 megawatts in total across those 2 solicitations. But Tom, Shane, George, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, you're correct there, Ben. The Reeves extension and the 40 megawatt gas are part of the resource filing we have made. They are specific. The 172, as we've said, is a placeholder for the supplemental RFP, one that has been filed.
Okay, thanks. So the 40 megawatts was actually specifically procured and the other 146 is the extension?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And one other quick question. So what is actually the best duration threshold cutoff for long duration storage?
In this, I might let Shane follow up, but we basically, I don't think we modeled anything over 8 hours in the IRP for that, for lithium ion like technology. We did model the long duration storage we have generally started at 24. I don't know, did we have anything in between the 8 hour and the 24?
No, you're right, Tom. So we had, for the short duration battery storage, we had 2 options, a 4-hour and 8-hour battery. Those were selectable candidate resources. And then for long duration storage, we had a couple. We had a 100-hour long duration storage that was like an iron air type of technology. And then we had the other one was pumped hydro, which falls into that from the special category. I believe that was a 24-hour duration.
one last thing. So you made the claim that for example, 16-hour stacked lithium ion is not economic, but it sounds like you haven't actually modeled it in this piece. So it's kind of hard to say for sure if I understand that correctly.
I believe what, maybe when Ben responded, what we're doing is we're throwing all this into the capacity expansion and letting it determine what is the most economic for the portfolio, for the load forecast, for everything we need to meet the constraints, everything like that. So we're letting the model help dictate what that means. So what we're seeing is it's not adding tons of 4 hour. It's not trying to stack, so to speak, 4 hour on top of 4 hour. Instead, what we were seeing is adding 100-hour storage, I believe by 2033 to take advantage of tax credits. So that's just giving us an indication that the system does want some long duration storage or some firm dispatchable capacity on the system.
Or they could daisy chain and select multiple forms.
Yeah, we didn't have that option. You can, we said just add whatever you need to add to meet the requirements of the system, and it didn't do that.
Great, thank you. Barbara, last question before we break, and we'll have more conversation later.
I love having the last question. What I'm really trying to understand is, given where PNM is right now with using long and short duration storage, how does that impact the value? I don't even know how to phrase this, but how much do we know now about how short and long-term duration storage works versus the kind of impacts that you might like to see economically or in system operation, so that in the future you have better data to model?
I'll take that. I'll take the first shot at it. So, good question. PNM is actually, we're pretty new to a lot of the 4 hour storage. I know we've been adding some over the past 5 to 7 years, but we are still trying to understand what the best ways to operate 4 hour storage are. We can do it several different ways. You can charge it for longer periods at smaller amounts. You can discharge it the same way. You can discharge it full output for 4 hours, or if you have an 8 hour system, you can do it for 8 hours. I think we're still trying to learn about that. And so as we get more operational experience, hopefully we get that understanding from our operations folks within PNM. That will help us inform decisions as we start getting further out into the future, what we need. In terms of long duration storage, those are just based on what we know from the industry, right? And this is what we're modeling. And a lot of the information that we're getting out of this modeling and this IRP is that, long duration storage, we're seeing a lot of that being added, especially in our CTP. Once you start getting closer to carbon free, it's necessary, right? You need to start being able to charge for 12 hours during the day, take advantage of the sunlight hours and discharge for the remaining 12 hours, right? And there's some efficiency, considerations you need to take into account there, round trip efficiency, how much you're going to charge and discharge, all those things. So that's a great question. It's something we are still trying to understand, and do the best we can to implement that in time.
That will frame into the statement of need in the action plan, so that these considerations become part of the conversation in 3 years.
Let's table that to conversation. That certainly is a conversation that is acceptable to the statement of need and action plan conversation, Barbara. So hold that thought. There's something that you don't see in the statement of need or action plan when we go through it, you think needs to be augmented. Perfect opportunity to suggest something. Yep, definitely. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And first of all, we're going to thank Sierra and Ben very much for their presentation and the questions. We'll continue that. So at 11:17, let's come back and we'll hear more about how these results translate to the statement of need. Okay, 10 minutes. Thank you all. So as we're getting back together, those in the room, if you do not have in your hand a draft copy of the state of the deed and the action plan, please raise your hand. Deborah will bring you a copy. And this is going to be our working documents for the rest of today. And then, I could ask
How do we solidify them?
And those who are with us on WebEx are able to get PDF documents, the statement of need and the action plan, both are in draft form. They will inform our conversations for the rest of this workshop, so I encourage you to have those at hand or at keyboard, whatever is good for you. Again, anybody in the room, if you need a copy, hard copy of that statement of need or action plan draft, please raise your hand and Deb will get those to you. Okay, I don't see any hands up. So our next piece, obviously, we've heard some about what does the modeling indicate. We've heard about reliability analysis. We've heard about the trend of moving from a single specific portfolio outcome to a trend, a menu of options that serves the utility and customers well over the next 20 years. And of course, have talked a little bit about the types and characteristics of those. Our next plan is, Tom is going to discuss a little bit doubt for the moment, but he's going to talk a little bit about how what you've heard to date translates into this draft statement of need and action plan that you have in front of you. And I didn't know if Lori or Shane wanted to say anything before we start this about reminding people about the purpose of the IRP. So Shane, did you want to make a few comments about that? The microphone was.
Anybody have a microphone?
Oh, we've got the one at the back, but the room should be able to hear.
Yeah, I
You
think,
guys
yeah.
wanna be okay?
Yeah, because our speakers.
It's over here.
Yeah.
She's gonna stand up here.
Or come right here, maybe.
Yeah. I just want to say a few things about the, just kind of giving a little bit more context on the statement of need and what that really means. You saw the different categories, and there's a reason why we're trying to put all these different candidate resources, the specific resources we talked about, the specific resources that we've actually modeled. We're putting these into categories for a specific reason. The specific reason is because we want to know what the characteristics of the different types of technologies are. And this kind of will help us inform once we actually get to a process where we actually ask for those types of resources, the types of resources and when we need them. This gives us an idea of what we should ask for, what we should focus on when we're issuing RFPs for new resources to serve our system. We have obviously the three categories, right? The carbon-free energy resources, right? Those are composed of resources such as solar and wind, right? There's other resources such as a geothermal there. That's also a energy resource, right? However, different characteristics from each of the different type of resources is how we fed them into these different categories. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody's on the same page on that. You know, we are not going out, this IRP is to generally talk about the types and timing of different resource categories that we should be focusing on to serve our system going forward. Procurement processes follow this IRP, and we've talked a little bit about that. After we file this IRP, we are typically going to issue an RFP for resources in the focus window or the window that we think is necessary to serve the load. That's where we actually ask for the types of timing of resources the IRP kind of guides us for that, to that. And not until we get through that type of process, till we actually get real bids, real projects, timing, the actual cost of the different types of resources that we're asking for, that's when we'll know what types of resources we can actually integrate into our system. Lori, did you want to add anything to that, or did I miss anything?
No, I think you said it well. I think just to make sure everybody's on the same page, because it felt like just based on the questions, maybe everybody still wasn't understanding where we're not taking very specific resources in specific years. We're providing a look at the characteristics of resources and quantities over the next 20 years that work together to create reliability.
Right.
The RFPs are where you go find actual resource that will come in.
This is Kara. I tried to raise my hand, but I was unsure if it was actually raised. Would I be able to ask a question?
Kara, let's see. Yes, you were able to ask a question. Can it wait until Tom has presented this next segment about how the statement of need is put together? Or is it?
Yeah, it's related to the statement of need and what was just stated.
Okay.
It can wait.
Go ahead, Kara.
I just don't want it to slip my mind, so I'll write it down.
Oh, okay, that's great. And we'll come to you first in the Q&A after Tom talks a little bit about this piece. So great, thanks, Kara, appreciate it.
All right, so you should all have a copy of a document put together that's the statement of need, and then another document there that's what we're thinking of for high-level action plan items that we will review.
That's good.
So I'm not gonna go over this, it's the same disclosure we had before. In terms of the IRP, there's sort of, in the statement of need development, there's sort of statutory foundation tied to that. The IRP is Rule 17.7.3, which defines a legal framework within which PNM statement of need and action plan must operate. Then that the statement of need must describe and explain the amount and types of new resources expressed in energy and capacity necessary to reliably meet identified electricity demand and affect state policies. So the statement shouldn't be based solely on really a single scenario or case, particularly just looking at peak loads. We need to consider other things that can arise, like load growth, renewable programs, resource retirement, reliability reserves, demand side programs that can be implemented, and effects of transmission and distribution and how they might play into that. Typically, once you've developed and finalized your statement of need and accepted, the PNM is then issued a request for proposals. The statute calls for that to be within 5 months, although there may be reason to request a variance from that. That's the current foundation or statute it has, and it should be noted that the acceptance of the statement of need and action plan does not constitute finding of prudence or pre-approval. A pre-approval of costs associated with the resources identified there. So there's three aspects which we've talked about numerous times throughout the stakeholder process. That the resources in the statement of need are attempted to address, and the statement of need is designed and built around these three areas of reliability, where we are looking for portfolios that meet the underlying 0.1 LOLE expectation. Every portfolio we design is designed to meet that one. To factor in affordability, that's kind of where the least regrets concept that Sierra presented come out, where you don't want to tie yourself down to our changes in the future and the predictions today. It should be enough that you would cut yourself out of your best option by putting together a statement of need that's too narrow. And then environmental compliance, all of our portfolios are designed around being renewable and carbon requirements that we have, as well as try to factor in other emission issues that have been out there for quite a few years as well. So the statement of need is that the numbers that you saw earlier today from Sierra were put together based on looking at basically 4 different load scenarios. 3 of those are really what we're calling futures, and the last one was a sensitivity to the high economic growth future, where we kind of looked at a very extreme rate of industrial, potentially data center or other commercial development. In here, we see that this graph is showing you what the peak load looks like in 2029 versus what it's grown to by the end of the 20-year planning period for the different features that were considered. And you'll see that the CTP increases by about 600 megawatts roughly over that time period. The LEG increases by only about 300 megawatts in that same time period, and then the HEG is increasing by close to 1,000 megawatts over that time period. So that's kind of the load that you're seeing, low demand that you're seeing that the resources of the future are being served. And the XCG scenario is quite a bit more than that. It's closer to 3,000 megawatts. So putting some of that into looking at what happens if we were to do basically nothing beyond our food resources today. This table kind of takes a look at what are those loads in several different years here in the 20-year time frame for the different futures and the XEG sensitivity, and then it plots that against the existing resources we have for 2028 as either existing in service or approved and under development. And then comparing that where we target a planning reserve margin of 14.5%, the values below show you what the resource demand efficiency would look like in each of those scenarios, where you see that growth pretty small for the CTP and 29 time frame, growing significantly by 2032, and then by the time you get out to 2045, that has grown to a deficit of over close to 3,000 megawatts, and that is partly because some of those existing resources are expiring or being expired by that time frame, in addition to the low growth being shown. The HEG, those numbers are over 1,000 megawatts by 2032 and 36, and growing to about 4,000 by 2045. And then in the low economic growth, you can see that you would start out with surplus potentially in 29, and it stays pretty low through 36, and then starts to see some increase. But by the end of the 2045 period, you're still in a deficit of about 2,000 megawatts. This slide is basically showing the deficit being for the futures, CTP, HEG, LEG. This is just kind of a graphical representation of what you saw on that previous slide. Without new resources, a significant growing capacity deficit emerges across all of the lowest growth scenario, the scale of the gap depends upon which future you're looking at. So what do you do about closing that gap?
If you go to layout and there's a focus mode, that would solve the issue. Yeah.
We have these slides somewhere.
Yeah.
Website.
Okay.
Website.
I think that's the best, but what's the best?
The framework's website, initiatives, presentations.
Okay, so this slide takes from the information you saw earlier in the tables that Sarah presented. The 29 to 32 resource filing was where those have been categorized in 3 categories of carbon-free, dynamic balancing, firm dispatchable in that filing, and then the supplemental RFP, 172, and then the IRP, really timeframe for the IRP focus period is following that, and that is really where the major purpose of the statement is focused, is defining what's needed in that timeframe. And so effectively, this is showing that there's 3 distinct procurements here which are being considered here or documented through this. 3 categories: carbon-free energy, dynamic balancing, and firm dispatch. The carbon-free energy is generally renewable energy and energy efficiency programs, as stated earlier. They produce clean energy or reduce annual customer demand to meet New Mexico clean energy goals. And as shown in Sierra's table, that includes solar, wind, and energy efficiency for the purposes of our modeling. The dynamic balancing is going to be your short duration storage and demand side management. And then firm dispatchable generally pick up most of the other technologies we model, including, of course, the gas, the geothermal, hydro, hydro storage, which is in the long duration storage category. And long duration storage generally, for the IRP purposes, for 24 hours or more. So I'm looking at the numbers that were put together for specifically the CTP feature. The range of resource needs under the current trajectory planning future incremental generic resource needs above the baseline grow substantially through the 2036 focus period and into the 2045 planning horizon. So what you see on that graph there is the minimum of the ranges identified through the various futures and sensitivities that were run for the 3 different categories of resources. So carbon-free generally have the greatest amount of capacity by installation, and that's shown in the minimum. We saw the ranges on that one are shown in the top graph, and the maximums are shown in the bottom graph. But the range is basically became through 2036. Carbon-free energy was showed a range of 500 to 800 megawatts. Dynamic balancing showed a range of 15 megawatts to 125 megawatts, and firm dispatchable could range from anywhere from 0 to 200 megawatts in the different cases. And then looking at through the 2045 period, the carbon-free energy range increases substantially to around 1,200 to 2,200 megawatts. Dynamic balancing is now increased to about 500 to 900 megawatts. And firm dispatchable resources range from about 600 to 2,200 megawatts. Looking at the information in the table, I got a couple slides here on this, but this shows how much above the needs for the CTP occur when you go from the CTP phase to the HG phase. So under the high economic growth, future incremental resource needs above the CTP rise through the 2036 focus period with firm dispatchable demand peaking across the 2045 planning horizon. Again, the dynamic balancing on the low end in the scenario could tend to drive those margins much above the CTP, but on the high end, the HEG is significantly higher. All the three categories. And then this one is looking at the HEG pretty much by itself. This is the ranges you would see above today's base resources. With the HEG high economic growth scenario, you would see carbon-free energy resources through 2036 in need of about 1,100 to 1,600. The dynamic balancing resources a range of about 50 to 700, and then firm dispatchable could range as much as 0 to 1,300. And then through 2045, again, that's a pretty substantial increase in those ranges where carbon-free energy is now approaching 2,000 on the low end and 3,000 on the high end. Dynamic balancing resources, 500 to about 1,500, and firm dispatchable about 700 to 4,000. So in looking through the various stakeholder scenarios, one of the observations was this: they tended to expand the range over just the CTP cases and sensitivities when you look at the stakeholder ones. The widening near-term resource range beyond the current trajectory for all three categories through the 2036 focus period. So with the stakeholder scenarios factored in, you're seeing about a 500 to 800 megawatt range through 2036 for carbon-free energy. Again, the 15.125 is basically the same as we had before, and the firm dispatchable is about the same as before. It didn't change the lower end of those ranges. It drove up the upper end a little bit, particularly on the carbon-free energy. And then through 2045, we see a significant increase, the range increase from 200 to 1,200 for carbon-free, dynamic balancing through 2040, or this is actually all in 2036. So it's comparing the ranges of the three different categories for the stakeholder minimum and maximums across the three ranges. So your upper chart there basically shows the minimum range for the stakeholder minimums, and then the darker blue line is showing the stakeholder maximums through range there. The stakeholder scenarios through 2036, carbon-free energy basically ends up again in the 200 to 1,200 range, dynamic balancing from the 700 up to 660 megawatts, and firm dispatchable up to 450. So the graph basically showing that with the CTP, this is what your ranges look like. The stakeholder scenarios included in the CTP scenarios. This is what your ranges will look like. So, and then factoring in the low economic growth and the extreme sensitivity that was looked at, basically the low economic growth future demonstrates the baseline resources are sufficient through 2036, while the extreme economic development set represents an unprecedented scale of need. And the graph here simply shows what the XEG needs are for through the focus period 2036 and then through 2045 in three different categories. And you'll see that that total need significantly increases by 2045, 7,000 megawatts of capacity over the baseline today. So anyway, that's basically what's in the statement of need in terms of the numbers that we put into there. Switching over to the action plan, we've got some items that are on a second document you have passed out. These include continuing the regulatory approval, continuing to pursue the resource filing and support that as best we can. And advance those resources then to construction for the 29 to 32 timeframe. In addition to that, we are in the process of getting bids in for the supplement to that resource plan, and we will continue to process that, move to a resource filing, and then continue to pursue those. And then we will issue an additional RFP for the focus period of this IRP for the different supply side and demand side resources to meet the 2033 and 36 system needs. The focus period is probably further out than it's been with any other RFP acquisition, and a lot of that was discussed in the stuff Sierra went through and trying to describe that. The reason for that, it's a pretty early initiation to start that, and we will need to wait until we have some output or some decisions made on the resource filings that we made. So under strategic partnerships, one of the things we're trying to do, which Lori had addressed earlier, is how do you move this conversation forward on the emerging technologies and the uncertainties of some of these longer lead time resources? So PNM's will form a working group to evaluate strategic partnerships, policy mechanisms, and funding mechanisms, including state and federal incentives, focused on reducing development risk and managing customer costs associated with those. A lot of that's to try to formulate answers to some of the key questions. How do you move forward with some of the other technologies that, depending upon how their development goes, could make a lot of sense by the mid-2030s. We'll continue to explore transmission and interconnection alternatives to validate whether there's economic findings there, the value of PNM as a whole, verify regional market access benefits. And those 4 projects in the IRP, I know someone brought up the CalISO. Effectively, that's what an interconnection between PNM and the SunZia project would be. Basically, the SunZia project is operationally located in the CalISO, and it's kind of moved the CalISO right in York. So we're looking at potentially the interconnection there to provide better market interaction and other potential benefits to New Mexico and to PNM. And we're looking at potentially doing cost benefit analysis on that one. Is probably first priority, and then considering following that pattern on some of these other alternatives as well. We'll continue to participate in a Western Regional Resource Adequacy Program, which will be designed more on EDAM participants. If you were in previous IRPs, you know we were participating in a program called RAP, which we withdrew from in large part because the RAP footprints that were being developed did not fit well with the EDAM footprint. And the EDAM participants felt they were better off forming their own regional resource adequacy organization that will have governments more closely tied with the EIM and EDAM. PNM is the sponsor of the activities to form that group and is an active member of the group. And the goal would be to advance a final resource adequacy proposal to the new governance of these organizations by the end of Q1 2027. And once that's better defined, we would look at that regional resource adequacy program, what benefits does that provide to PNM's resource needs? PNM will continue to support expansion of demand-side options, including demand response and energy efficiency through the triennial energy efficiency filings we made and load management program filings and PNM's current grid modernization plan development to help meet portfolio goals and reduce customer demand. And then PNM will continue collecting data and looking at expanding the pilot program for time of day rates, and then ultimately that to a residential rate that will be a time of day rate, the default rate, and it would become an opt-out rate once the pilot program is completed and it's clear how best to define that TOD rate. And then we'll continue the final reports to demonstrate the progress of the action plan to maintain transparent accountability to our stakeholders, the commission and others on where we stand on these goals. And that's pretty much it for the statement of need and action plan.
We are going to start questions with Kara Lynch. Kara, can you come off mute and pose your question? Tom, please stand here. Go ahead, Kara.
Yes, thank you. I think PNM is aware that, utilities use IRPs for certain justifications of resources. I was wondering, would PNM be open to including like a chart of the process, how the IRP will feed into some of the formal processes, or that PNM could state that the resources in the IRP are contingent upon them going through a formal RFP process?
And yes, and we would very much expect that the IRP, when you see it in the statement of need today, really a lot of it's not new. If you look at our previous statements of need, they're set up to provide direction of where you go next on actually procuring resources, usually in a nearer term time frame. Like we're saying, the focus period is here. So the IRP is used to guide the amount of resources we would request in that period. So it goes from the IRP to the RFP process to try to implement the near-term results.
Kara, are you thinking of a specific entry, graphic, map? Are you thinking of something specific?
I'm just thinking, I'm leaving it up to PNM, whether like it would include just a graphic of how the IRP feeds into the formal processes, or even just including a statement that the resources in the IRP are contingent, and that they have a more formal process to go through via the RFP for deeper consideration. I just propose that because other utilities have pointed to participation in the IRP process and their proposals of certain resources because of either presence in the IRP process or what has been identified in the IRP process. So, I think it would be a nod to interveners for PNM to include a statement like that.
I feel we kind of already done that tie between the RFP and the actual procurement you've made. Certainly we can try to clarify that maybe somewhat more, but the IRP is a vital tool for what you need to acquire in the future, but the RFP defines the specifics of that and is what ultimately gets approved for the resources you're gonna have.
I totally respect you, Tom, and PNM for leading us through this process. Just, you know, if you think that what you have is sufficient, that's fine. Interveners can also provide some feedback on the statement of need to make sure that is clear. I just wanted to share my thoughts.
Yeah, and that's fine, Kara. I would say when you have statement of need discussions this afternoon, and there's time to follow up with that after today as well. And you think about what it is you're looking for. So I'm not sure we fully understand that. We do tend to be, we don't want the RFP to tie our hands too much. We have done basically all sorts of RFPs going forward. And in that process, it leaves it open for different technologies and for new technologies to potentially start to show whether they're real or not.
Yeah, Kara, so this is Margie. What I'm going to suggest is this afternoon when we go through commentary and questions and suggested changes to the statement of need or action plan, that if there's something you suggest there to clarify that, that would be the place to put it in as a comment. Of course, you don't have the full IRP report to look at this point. That's in development at this point. But let's start with the statement of need this afternoon. If there's a specific place where you think something should be clarified or pointed to, that would be a great suggested red line edit.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Other questions online before we go to Tom? I think Barbara have her hand up, but anybody else? Any online hands up? It's getting hungry. Okay, Tom, you have a question, please. Oh, and wait.
Should I have the microphone?
Sorry, let's start with Darren. Go ahead, Darren. Sorry, I missed you, Darren. Go ahead.
I was a little late on the trigger. Yeah, Tom, I just wanted to, can you confirm that 172 megawatt number for the supplemental RFP? Because your current filing references a number that's double that all over the place. And I'm a little confused as to, is it 344 or is it 172?
I think the supplemental RFP went up to, said we were looking for potential up to about 200 megawatts when it was issued. The 172 is only there, it's not necessarily expected to be the right or exact number of what gets acquired, but it is what was modeled in the IRP. So that's really the basis of the 172.
Just a placeholder.
And it's a placeholder, so the technology, the bits we get, that highly likely we can get an exact match for that. And we may show in going through it, and I'll just change that number has come down. It could possibly go up, but the trend has been more downward since we did the original RFP analysis, which is where the original 350 megawatts came from.
Okay, thank you.
Bruno first and then Tom. Right, Bruno, you had your question.
Go ahead. Okay. Thanks, Tom Sullivan, 350 New Mexico. A higher level question. Going back to some of the earlier workshops, I remember the statement that the near-term significant increase in demand for generation is like 80% driven by AI data centers. In fact, I think that's accurate. We stated it a couple of times. So if that's not true, please correct me. But assuming that's true, I am wondering whether PNM is planning to
put on the rate base all of this increase in generation, or whether the hyperscalers will be paying for some fraction of that generation capacity themselves and not being paid for by PNM broad customer base. So can you answer that question?
Yes, I may go ahead and see if Lori wants to take a shot at that, but we are moving forward. And with basically putting together a large load tariff that will be filed. I'm not sure exactly when, if that's our next rate case. But that is very much the plan, to have a large load tariff to should that burden. I think if you look at the resource filing we just made, the rate impacts have been addressed in there. To give you some perspective on that.
Yep, that's correct. And today the data centers pay 100% of their generation costs. It's already happening.
Right.
Yeah, Meta pays 100% of their generation. That has been the case since the beginning of that effort. So if you're familiar with 36B, that's where that's coming from.
Not familiar with 36B.
Yeah, but take a look at I think that's a perfect place to go. So in our filings, we lay out the bounds.
Okay, so could you just give me a rough estimate of what fraction of that new generation is going to be paid for by the data centers themselves versus the rest of the PNM customer base?
We can try to calculate that, I think, based on that, because it's mixed with there's also just load growth.
Absolutely.
So
sure.
trying to figure out we can try to do that. I just don't have it off the top of my head. But I will tell you, like, that is in there, and
Okay.
they're paying 100% of their generation.
But it's not just Meta, right? You have many other requests for new generation capacity, but for other data center customers that.
Many other load growths in the state, yes, that will be paid for generation.
Okay.
So Tom, how's this related to the statement of need and action plan?
Well, it goes to how much of that statement of need is based on actual solid demand and how much of it is very speculative, because I view the data center generation capacity as highly speculative.
But isn't that,
So therefore, the statement of need would be based on some quicksand.
well, so there are three scenarios, different economic scenarios and an extreme growth sensitivity.
Right.
So I guess you're asking, of those growth scenarios, which ones are less certain, right? Or
So I'm going back to the statement I made when I started, which is that in the current trends and policy scenario, something like 80% of the growth, and this is in the very short term, like through 2030, 2031, was based on projected data center demand.
is that accurate?
I don't remember, if it's 80%, but most of it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clearly more than half. Okay. So that doesn't materialize because in fact, the data center customers are not being charged full freight for their usage, right? Data centers are subsidizing by, 90% the cost of the actual usage of data from AI. And so there's no actual revenue coming into these AI customers, AI generators to pay for the CapEx that they are spending. It is all projected future growth in revenue that has not happened, right? And so if it doesn't happen, then those data centers won't be built, or they'll be built, but they won't be demanding the energy that they said they were going to need. And if you build a bunch of capacity to supply, fictional load, then what is the impact on the customer base? That's the scenario I'm looking for.
So I'll just add, this is Kathy Boyce, I'm Darren from PRC, adds that it gets to the affordability question as well.
So, great. Okay, thank you. We're gonna take Anna Linden's question and then we are going to move to the next piece. Go ahead, Anna Linden.
Thank you. So my question is in some ways related to the previous conversation. I'm interested and a little perturbed by the inclusion of the extreme economic growth sensitivity, on what seems to be an equal basis to the three features that we've been discussing this whole time. And that doesn't quite seem appropriate to me, as it is a single sensitivity, like any other sensitivity that you ran. And I'd like to know whether there's a degree of weighting that goes, is your range sort of the average of all four that you're using? Or have you taken sort of 30% CTP, 30% high economic growth, 30% low economic growth, and then added a little bit for that extreme economic growth?
There isn't a rating in there at the moment tied to the economic growth, but I think that would be something that is worth commenting on and discussing. I can understand some of where you're coming from on that. So the extreme scenario was included to just show what was the highest load scenario that was looked at in here. So.
Yeah, it's not the inclusion of the extreme economic growth scenario that bothers me at all. Like that exists is clearly useful. But if it's driving your ranges in an equal amount as the other features, that seems deliberate to me to assume that or something close to that is more likely to happen than any other sensitivity you might have.
Yeah, understood. I think it would be fair to suggest that maybe some might be considered across the different futures. In doing that, we put the initial statement in the we expect to have some feedback. So.
Glenn, one more last question, then we're gonna break for lunch because we don't want to leave you all starving. I know.
And listening to the answer to Darren's question, trying to total up just what we're calling firm dispatchable resources, I'm still confused. I understand that there's 40 megawatts in a resource filing that's very close to being procured. There is a request to extend reuse, which is very, well, again, in that same resource filing. Those two add up to something in the neighborhood of 170, 180 megawatt. That part I get. But Darren asked about some other numbers, and that's where I got lost. And so I went to this table because I think these all fall under what you're calling baseline resources, which are really in this 3-year period that we're supposed to be addressing. So there's another 358 megawatts. Is that what Darren was asking about? And how is that? 180, that's like another 100 and some. I'm trying to do the math in my head here. 100 to 200 megawatts, something. What is that? This is I'm sorry, table 2 on page 5 of the handout here.
And it's in which slide there?
Well, 358, spending 40
Brian, we need a microphone.
The 358 from dispatch forward includes, that is a resource filing that we've made. At the end of and that.
Plus the placeholder, yeah.
Yeah. That includes the placeholder for the current RFP supplemental out there, as well as the reason the gas extension there.
Is this the table you're looking at, Glenn?
Yeah. Yeah.
And those numbers come right out of the slides that you saw earlier from these people.
Okay. Great, thank you. Kathy's going to describe now what's going to happen next and getting prepped for this afternoon.
So George, if you could bring down, there you go.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to take just a couple minutes to orient us for the afternoon, then we'll break for lunch. So we appreciate your perseverance. We are going to spend some time this afternoon hearing from you all, initial thoughts and feedback on Statement of Need and Action Plan. And very much to Glenn's point earlier today, we recognize you are just looking at this for the first time. It is a lot of material, a lot of data, a lot of context to work through. So this is initial reactions, initial feedback that we'd like to gather from you all this afternoon. And then there will be some follow-on time, couple of weeks for you all to take the materials home and really digest and send back specific edits. So our purpose in this breakout exercise, we're going to put into some discussion groups, is to gather your reactions and your initial feedback to the Statement of Need and Action Plan that Tom just presented. So the mechanics of this, we'll do 3 breakout rooms. So 2 in person here and then 1 virtual. At each of those discussion groups, there'll be a GridWorks facilitator and a handful of subject matter experts from PNM to help address questions, so resources to you. We ask that you identify a reporter in your group who helps to take notes, and we'll report back to the full group when we reconvene later in the afternoon. And your task is really to just discuss and respond to the questions, a question guide that we will hand out to you this afternoon. So our hope was to give you about 60 minutes. We need to amend that a little bit because we're running a little bit behind. So we'll give you a time update once we have a chance to put heads together. But really your task is to give us your initial feedback here. So those questions that are on the discussion guide.
Cassie, while you're getting that up, do we have a choice?
Yeah, I'm going to come to that. Okay. Yep. So 4 questions for you all. Where do we agree? Where do we not agree? What needs more discussion? And what changes do we suggest? Pretty straightforward. We're going to leave this up during lunch so that you guys can think about this. You have the copies of the Statement of Need and Action Plan in front of you. So as you're eating your lunch, you're talking to colleagues, please start to think about that. And then as far as the mechanics, on your name tag, you should have a colored dot, either reds or blues. So reds folks are going to go with me in the main room. We're going to sit at the back table, back there, the larger table. So myself, Tom Duane, and George Nail will be there to help that discussion group get started and facilitate. And then the blue group, if you have a blue dot, you go down the hall here, past the vending machines, past the bathrooms, room 112. Margie is going to be there to lead that discussion group and get you launched. And you'll have Monique and Zhao Fei in the room as well to be there as resources on the filing. For those of you online, Katie Wu is there for you from GridWorks. She's going to help launch you this afternoon to get you started, and she will take notes for you as a virtual facilitator. And then you will also have Shane and Brian there virtually for you as your PNM resources. So we're going to break for lunch. And then we would ask when we reconvene, take your Statement of Need and Action Plan. Please take those paper copies with you. We do not have more copies this afternoon, so hang on to those. Bring those with you to either the red or the blue groups. Questions before we break? And then the optional, thank you. Yeah, we had particular interest in time of day, that pilot. So we have a couple of PNM resource subject matter experts that are going to be in a 3rd room here in just next door, room 103. So if you want to focus specifically on time of day, the pilot, and how that factors into the resource plan and the IRP, specifically for that and an action plan item that might be related to the time of day, we would ask that you meet in the conference room in 103. So that is a self-selection. If that is your focus, go there. Otherwise, go to one of your other, either the red or the blue. Questions? Okay, and then lunch, Deb, we have box lunches outside. I think there's like 10 different options. Everything is labeled, so please take a look and make your pick, and we'll see you 1 o'clock. Let's say 1. Let's say 1 o'clock for, we'll reconvene in your breakouts. Breakout. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. We're going to start with you. So I don't know if you have notes that you want to pull up, or you can.
I do have notes, so Darren is our reporter.
Okay.
Hi.
There. Okay, let's try that again. Katie, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. If we can ask folks in the room here to go ahead and take a seat. Thank you for bearing with us and sticking through. We're going to do our last section here to just hear back from the 3 different groups. So 1 in this room, 1 down the hall, and 1 virtual. So Katie is our virtual facilitator, and I turn to you. If you could let us know who your reporter was.
Sure, happy to. We had a great discussion in the virtual room. Darren Zigic is our reporter, and I'm not 100% sure if he's back at his computer because his video is off. Oh, here he is.
Super. Darren, you want to walk?
Well, Katie, I don't think I got your notes.
Oh, sorry, I sent them in a chat to you, but I can throw them in the chat to everyone as well.
Huh. Oh, there they are. Sorry. Okay, so I'm reporting on where do we agree?
Yeah, let's start with that, please, in the virtual group.
Okay. Let's see, we had a discussion about the transmission component looking acceptable. So that it, I guess, yeah, that's compared to the last time, I guess, it was better. So that was appreciated. Looks like a good process for this IRP. Areas, and I think if it's not said, then we agree with it too. So I think the transmission though was one item that stuck out. Unfortunately, in a disagree where we don't agree, that there's a few more, but a lot of it got in. I'm probably at fault here because I got into the resource filing and opened a can of worms that didn't seem to want to close. But anyways, table 1 on the statement of need. I was there. We were looking at. It just has capacity numbers, doesn't have the energy component in that table or in table 2. And I know that table, there's usually a table in the appendix that shows the total energy consumption for the year on the system. But I think it helps with the story as to what is being procured. Are these, when you talk about dispatchable firm generation, is it a peaking plant or is it a base load unit that's running at 90% capacity factor? Because those are fundamentally 2 different things. And I think you need that energy mix, not just capacity mix to understand that story, especially with large loads coming online. And then so there was some question about squaring up or concern about squaring up the resource numbers that, with the current resource filing, including that extra 172 megawatts of gas generation from the supplemental RFP, if that is procured, is there some way to get that feedback into the IRP before it's finalized? Make sure that the numbers are as close as possible to being updated, so that we have a starting point that makes sense. Fuel costs, that's certainly one that rose up. The affordability component, if we're going to be buying new gas generation resources, are we truly reflecting the costs of operating those units moving forward if gas costs should escalate? So I think that was one that came in from a few people, just concerned about the affordability there on the fuel costs. And then we had a stakeholder talking about the geothermal resource again, about the costs. PNM definitely reached out and basically said, we'd like to see a response to a future RFP from a geothermal plant, so that they can get some good cost numbers moving forward and know what those will be. Things for more discussion. Just one person was trying to clarify that a 4-hour battery is not necessarily a 4-hour battery. It really depends on how you operate it. A battery can run for many, many hours if you don't fully offload it. So that it's, I think it was more of a compartmentalizing of 4-hour batteries versus 8-hour and other things. But I think we all understand why they're called 4-hour batteries, but it's just a matter of the way they're utilized. And PNM acknowledged that the modeling does model those things as needed, so they're not just it's all on or all off. That the model does accommodate that. Again, that the supplemental resource, the 172 megawatts of gas. There was a question about how realistic is that. Just personally, we know that another utility in the state is planning to install gas resources that they now have approval for, that those aren't going to be in place until 2030s. So is it realistic to believe that we can have a gas turbine online by 2029 if that isn't already procured and in the works? So there was some question about that. Let's see, on the affordability, just this putting other costs or allocating certain costs, either generation or even now transmission, to the large load customers. Is that realistic moving forward, or is it still one system for all? So that's a kind of a question moving forward, and we were discussing if that should be addressed, including large load tariffs and all that, because there is this discussion about affordability in the IRP, and if PNM is suggesting that there's other ways to make this build out more affordable, should it be discussed in the IRP, or is that a discussion point for some other time? Changes to things. Again, wanted just again, that the thing about the energy to capacity question and just what is a base load type of load and what is more of a residential type of load, so that we have a better feel for what kind of resources are needed moving forward. And then, a discussion about hydrogen. If you're going to say you're going to convert all your gas resources to hydrogen, there's, of course, the conversion costs for the plant itself, but then there's the whole deliverability question, and how sure of that are we? If we switch our units to hydrogen, is there a market for the hydrogen or a resource for the hydrogen? And then timing when resources come on, contingencies, maybe necessary for delays. The action plan, item 4 in the action plan, it talks about partnerships, and we just suggested adding public and private partnerships. Just add the public and private, because a lot of it is talking about state policy and this and that, and we know that's a long, slow process that can change, with time. But so maybe a private partnership, to build. We know there's definitely private entities that are willing to build their own resources, and can, instead of going into a large resource with another utility, can you team up with a large load customer to build part of that resource and then use the rest of that resource for the utilities, rest of their customers. So it'd be nice to see that kind of partnership moving forward. And then I think that's, the modularity, just in the action plan again, or actually, I think that's in the statement of need. Talks about the modularity and like it's everything's incremental when we're purchasing equipment, but definitely the IRP is that time where we can look forward, and if we truly are looking at long duration storage or nuclear or some other resource, I think we need to start, or we need to start doing actions now that will eventually get to that point, because after 2036 it's going to start to get kind of late in the game to, if you're truly going to build a nuclear power plant, you should have done it before that time, and I hate to kick it to after 2036 to where we start really getting serious about that. So I think that pretty much covers it. Thanks for the notes. It's very helpful.
Okay, thank you, Darren. I know you all online can't see this. Marty's working on getting this electronically for you. We have a pretty big whiteboard that I've been taking down bullet points for you to reflect what you just said. So I'm not going to take the time, just in the interest that we hear from the other groups, but know that we are capturing what you've said and we'll reflect it in the meeting summaries. And I heard several themes that came from my group as well, so we'll probably hear that again. Thank you. Katie, anything to add from your group? Or anything before we move on to some of the in-person groups?
Nothing else to add. Thank you, Darren, for being our reporter.
Yeah, thank you, Darren. Okay, why don't we turn to the blue group? That's what Margie and Monique and Jeffrey. That would be Julia as our reporter. Should I grab the mic? Yeah. You might, or come by the owl, Julia, might be easier. All right, thank you. Our conversation was a little more fluid, so I'm not going to go nice and loud. Okay, please. I won't go sort of exactly in the buckets, but I'll try and, okay. So first thing we talked about came up a little bit in the room, but wanting to make sure that if we're doing any kind of averaging or weighting across the scenarios, that we're not
equally weighting the extreme economic growth scenario, giving more emphasis to the CTP or the more realistic load forecasts. We also talked about the difference in load forecasts on this IRP relative to the prior RFP or prior IRP, and why some of it may have gone down a little bit, and part of that being due to ELCCs going up, so the need for accredited capacity decreasing slightly. And then getting specifically into the action plan, Matt brought up that there was specifically support for agreeing with the idea that RFPs should be looking further out to support resources with longer lead times or that are more emerging technologies. And then I think there was pretty general consensus that the idea of prioritizing strategic partnerships and a working group to support these emerging technologies is a good idea. And we got into some particulars for that working group. First of all, there was an idea that perhaps some of that work could be pulled forward as much as possible to take advantage of this legislative session and potentially some surplus budget due to higher oil prices. And Lori brought up some really good ideas related to potentially creative uses of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, including thinking about novel ways for the state to step in for funding where the federal government has stepped back. So whether that's providing tax credits or serving as a transmission anchor tenant, where utilities don't really have the credit capacity for these very large and expensive interstate transmission projects. Also talked about thinking about ways to speed up and bring down costs of emergent technology, because that's really the priority, is if we want to comply with the ETA and still be able to prioritize ratepayers and affordability, the emergent technology and the costs need to catch up there. And then, let's see, anything else on that? Oh yeah, also talked about, might wanting to give some specific examples of what emerging resources are, whether that's fusion or hydrogen or something else. Help people in the legislature get a sense of what that might be focused on. Alex from SWEEP brought up some really good points about the energy efficiency programs and whether we want to be more specific with targets or reporting metrics or pilot programs. And then a little back and forth about what's too prescriptive for an action plan, how to solicit stakeholder feedback. And then I think a really good point about stakeholders in this process in particular needing enough time to digest materials. So having those released a little bit earlier, especially for people representing broader groups to have more time to talk about that with their groups. We also talked about how, especially in the statement of need, it wasn't always clear the thread between stakeholder requested sensitivities, the outcomes of those, and what PNM is actually saying they need. So wanting a little bit more detail on how those are connecting. And the fact that some of that might be better suited for the IRP report, and they don't want the statement of need to become so long or detailed or prescriptive that it's really not accessible or digestible for stakeholders or useful for the PRC, for example. Okay, and then we talked a little bit, I think, similar to the other group about uncertainty on the costs of hydrogen conversion and kind of needing to be clear that that's an assumption that gas will be able to convert, but really not knowing what that will look like and that that is also an emerging technology. We talked about whether it makes sense for PNM to try to prioritize tax credit eligible technologies. For example, if they think there's a need in the late 2030s, whether they should pull some of that forward for tax credits, or whether the cost of those technologies might decline so much that that doesn't make sense or that the needs change. So kind of having to balance that. And then kind of related to that, talked about some more creative structures that we might be able to use for RFPs, whether that's longer term RFPs, tiered RFPs, creativity with contract structure changes, and needing to work with developers on really what's feasible, and what's acceptable from a contract perspective. And I think that's everything.
Anybody from the group want to add to Julia's report? Nice job. And thank you for volunteering.
Okay, so thank you, Julia, and I bucketed on as you were presenting. That's why I got. Give it my best shot here. And let's go to our last group, the red group. Holly is going to represent.
Okay, so this is not gonna be as clean a presentation as the previous folks, I think. There's a delay on my voice, that's weird. Okay. So we tried to divide, at least I tried to divide as I was writing things down, things into the 4 questions. So question 1 was, where do we agree? And of course, we don't all agree on what we agree on. So there was at least one person who thought that the load forecast, other than the AI data centers, was okay, but there were other opinions expressed that it didn't matter whether that was agreed upon or not, because the AI data center related load was so large that any errors would get lost in the noise. Moving on, we had question 2, which was where do we not agree? So there was some disagreement on how and where geographically, and when, time, to include AI data center load. I know I've said data center, but I really mean AI data centers. There's also disagreement, much like the other 2 groups, about assuming hydrogen as a generation fuel, including the conversion of natural gas plants to hydrogen or methane. And there was at least one opinion expressed that time of use is thought to be discriminatory to low-income households. There was some disagreement about the effectiveness of time of use rates in reaching customer goals versus utility goals. Let's put it that way to be diplomatic. Moving on to question 3, which is what needs more discussion. You will notice this set is much longer. Online people, this is 2 sheets rather than 1, which was the previous ones. So as a shorthand, there was about 20 minutes, I think, of discussion about AI data center loads because they are a significant portion of the expected load growth. And to summarize, most of these 2 pages here in question 3 and question 4, there's uncertainty about AI data center loads, whether they will arrive, when they will arrive, to what degree they will arrive, who's going to pay for it, who is going to be left holding the hook or holding the bag if that load does not appear, and how it's going to be paid for, to what degree, etc. So that's kind of the summary of most of this. One of the asks, so here we have, who's going to pay for it and what happens if it's not the large AI data centers. This one is, what about if it's highly seasonal? How is that handled? This is looking for a breakdown of where load growth is coming from and what that implies in terms of the new capital expenditures and the new generation sources. So wanting a breakdown of that. Then there was a desire for financial assurances associated with the uncertainty in AI data center loads and the risks associated with those AI data center loads. Yes, okay. Moving on to things that are not AI data centers. There was a concern that about timelines. I know that was brought up previously about needing information sooner, not for the stakeholders, but in terms of RFPs or other procedural and forecasting needs. So like focus period versus planning period versus the full time period of the IRP process, that being confusing to people and wanting more clarity on that and making sure that timeframes were aligned between different parties in that process. There was some desire for clarification or discussion of interconnection and participation with which markets, so CalISO versus SPP versus EDAM versus all those other organizations. Sorry, am I talking faster than you can record?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll talk slower.
wanting a breakdown of costs for capital expenditures based on, wanting a breakdown of costs that are capital expenditures versus energy costs versus contractual costs like PPAs. And then there was a question about what does affordability mean? Which parties are things affordable to? Is it affordable for the utility, lowest total cost over the course of a year for the system? Or is it, for example, how much of people's income is being spent on electricity or other energy sources, especially under an electrification regime? And what metrics are used to study that? We also had concerns about the large load tariff. I'm going to elide some of that since I've written out here and I've described it previously. More about the timeframes, more about the interconnection intentions. There was some desire for clarity on the uncertainties of resource needs under a regime of EDAM participation. So if we do participate in EDAM, what are the resource needs or what are the uncertainties surrounding the resource needs? Hopefully that made sense. And then we also wanted a better definition of the extreme economic growth scenario and how it affects the ranges of values and needs. Did I miss anything? I know I confused people, sorry. Is there anyone from that group who wants to add something that I have missed?
I have for clarification, breakdown of cost, capital expenditure, PPAs,
So energy costs, capital expenditures, and contractual requirements like PPAs. Whoever said that, if I misstated it, please correct me.
Okay. Anything else from this group, the rest group?
What I didn't hear were changes, suggested changes.
It's sort of a big mess.
Okay.
The difference between wants more discussion and we want it changed is not clearly demarcated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, fun.
Yeah, since we ran out of time, I just wanted to, one other concern, which is that in E3's, oh, there we go. In E3's presentation, I saw an encouragement that DSM, demand side management, be included in RFPs. And when I looked at the action plan, that's not in the action plan as I see it. It talks about expanding existing programs that PNM has, but not taking bids for potentially new kinds of DSM plans.
Plug your like DSM plans.
Yeah, so Lori just said it's part of all source, but it does very explicitly talk about the DSM plans. It doesn't mention going to bid for them.
In terms of the RFP, the action plan does indicate that. It basically says PNM will issue an all source RFP seeking both supply side and demand side resources.
We gotta get the lavalier on you, please. I'm having a hard time back.
Yeah, I was just saying in the action plan item itself, it does mention demand side resources as part of the RFP.
On number 3?
Yes, on number 3.
I'm sorry, I missed that, right? Okay. To Glenn's point here, anything, given the discussion you've heard, we had large load tariffs were pretty significant.
Affordability, operating costs for gas units, hydrogen conversion, strategic partnerships, just to review a little bit. And then on suggested changes, energy mix, in addition to the capacity of that table 1 to put it in the energy as well. Action plan number 4, add public-private partnerships to that. Specific examples of emerging tech, more specificity on energy efficiency programs and metrics. Clarify timelines and statement of need commitments to large load tariff filing. Other thoughts, or those of you that participated today that you don't see up here that you would like reflected or you would like PNM to hear before we conclude?
Was there any conclusion on action plan input from the time of day group? Barbara and John, Heidi, anything that you discussed that, or did you join the other groups?
Please, is anything that came out of your discussion?
Well. This is where, Mike.
Yep.
I'd say it was a really robust discussion. I really wish that we could have shared it with more of you. But I had asked a series of questions about time of use, time of day, the rollout of the AMI meters, and to begin to get an understanding of the scope of that. I think we came up with 607,000 meters to be rolled out over a period of 10 years at a cost of 150.
The meters will be in 2 years, but the contract's getting.
Excuse me. A contract of 10 years for $150 million. What is PNM buying for that? What are the benefits to customers, to the company? We covered a lot of ground. And I'd really be happy if somebody from PNM talked about it, because I'd rather hear what they heard than what I said.
Barbara, is there any specific action plan item that came out of your discussion or that you wanted to see?
Well, I really like, I think John's ready to do that.
Yeah.
Because we tossed around some ideas that I really want to see how they resonate for PNM as opposed to how they resonate for me.
Yeah, and it looked like Heidi had to leave, but I think Heidi did a really good job at talking about what our expectations are out of a time of day rate and how we can pass that on to more customers as we get the technology to enable that. And then some of the other benefits that we had on what the AMI infrastructure can help us with over and above just the time of day. It's not a one-trick pony. There's lots of other benefits, I think, that came out of it, but we just had a kind of a pretty robust discussion around what our expectations are around that. But mostly around time of day, because it feeds into this conversation directly, the IRP discussion.
Yeah, I think if you'd rate some of the points you made, because for the benefit of everybody, you know, some of the things that you will get out of the meters, I think it's worth understanding.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, when you start to think about how we've read meters forever, we get 12 measurements a year, right? And so we really can't do anything with any fidelity, whether it be in terms of creating rate structures or whether that be in terms of operating the grid and being able to help facilitate things like demand, like distributed generation, demand response, energy efficiency, some of those types of things that when you're looking at things in big blocks of 12 over a full year, you just don't get that fidelity. And so the data is going to be, you know, is really going to help us understand some of that. It's going to help us create time of day or whatever other types of rate structures might be beneficial. It'll help us understand how to, like I said, integrate distributed generation, electric vehicles, right? So if you set electric vehicles on a rate that says at 10 o'clock, that's the peak charging time. In a neighborhood with a lot of electric vehicles at 10:01, you're going to get an artificial spike, right? You're going to get an artificial peak. And so how can you utilize the system to potentially even bring on some automation that says, hey, can I feather these in? Can I, you know, knowing Barbara has to leave at 5 a.m., can I charge her up first? And then, you know, you can do some of these things, but right now we just don't have that technology to make that happen. And so this is starting to get us on that road, right? I also did state, as we start to put these things in, we're going to learn a lot as well. We have never had this technology. And so as we start to put this in, we're going to find better ways to use it, interesting use cases, those kinds of things, and that'll come over time.
Thank you.
All right, before we, that is an item. I think one of the things that I've been trying to encourage, and it was part of our conversation, is how to improve the public communication in general about grid operation, however we get our power, and how these changes come into effect, so that the public is better informed and can be a better partner.
We'd love to have some suggested wording from you, Barbara, so think about that overnight, or, yeah, love to have some. How would you word an action on that? Not for now, but for, we take advantage of your skills in writing to help us with that.
Okay. So we can talk about it, I can wordsmith something.
Perfect.
That'd be great. Thank you. That's a good segue for us. So I know the PNM folks are listening carefully. We're going to document what we've got here, what we've heard from each of the three groups. Just a little recap, I know the high economic growth scenario, I think we had a couple groups that had some hesitation of where did that come from and how is it used in the weighting of the min and the max. A lot on data centers, large load customers, allocation of costs, customer protections, financial assurances for existing customers. Affordability came up in several of the groups, and affordability metric, I think, was specifically in my group. I see more on energy efficiency and demand side management programs and metrics. Heard quite a bit of some concern about hydrogen conversion and how that is treated. I think there was a point that just didn't agree on that one. And several others that I'm not going to hit today, but the next steps here, the PNM folks are going to take this back. We'll contribute with a meeting summary and some good details of what was discussed. And then we will ask for you all to take some time to really read through the statement of need and the action plan that you have in front of you, and a chance to turn in some red line edits and some very specific changes in a couple of weeks. So we'll give you a deadline here. Monique.
Something, it came up in our group, is that my allowed or not?
Probably not.
I just have something that might help us, when we looked at your comments, but one of the things that came up in our groups was how long the statement of need needs to be. I know internally we struggled with how long it should be. You know, when we first did it, I think it was up to 15 pages. And then we brought it back down to 8 pages, still thinking that was too much, but in our group, we heard that it was not enough. So I'm wondering, stakeholders in the room of the other groups, if you had an opinion on that, and that might help us when we have to come back for revisions for the statement of need.
Emily? So speaking purely as myself as someone who has handed the document at 8 a.m. this morning or 8:30, whenever I showed up, I think it's not that it's too long, it's that the pieces that are important have to be picked out. And I'm not saying that you should make it a whole bunch of bullets, but I'm not saying that, so that it's easier to extract what's important and and sort of leave the nice transitions and the nice syntax and all of that out, so I can really get quickly what's important. That's just me though.
I think you're asking for an executive summary. You're asking for an executive summary.
I want the whole thing to be the executive summary.
I have a couple thoughts. I always like material that's bulleted or organized in a way that the reader can scan it fast, because in our world, that's how we work. And secondly, I think that where we can put in examples that any reader can use to get to the topic area, a small example is worth a lot. It's that picture worth 1,000 words. And so if we can structured in that way, the closer we can, maybe it'll help be useful.
All right, I'm gonna take one in the room, and then Darren, we might come back to you as the representative from the virtual group.
Yeah, my comment was partially reflected in what was presented from the group, which is be really clear about the 3 different time periods. And it occurs to me that there could just be a timeline graphic. Again, the 3 periods are the official 3-year action plan period, the focus period, and beyond.
Okay, thank you. Darren, anything from your group? Did you discuss the specificity and statement of need and action plan or need for links?
No, we didn't get into that, I guess.
As someone who reads a lot of IRPs, I'm just asking Darren, not the group as a whole, do you have thoughts or suggestions for PNM on what makes for a very successful statement of need and action plan?
Oh God, I love brevity, but you know, I'm an engineer that doesn't like to read, so that's nothing new. No, I think the length. Well, let's see. We got Chris Ledger. Maybe he has a different opinion. He was in the group with me. Chris, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Darren. I guess I will tell you my opinion, and you can take it for exactly 0 value if you'd like. But I think the focus on the statement of need and action plan as separate and apart from the holistic IRP is kind of misguided. I think what is important to me is that all of the important information is contained within the IRP and not contained in data somewhere else. So if something is important and there is a narrative on it that can be understood by non-technical experts, that is what I consider an IRP that is successful. So whether or not the statement of need has a sentence or a bullet point or some condensed form of that information, that's fine with me. And I understand that the rules require the statement of need and action plan. So that's why it's the focus. But I do think that just having the information in the IRP in a way that's understandable is what I consider a successful and good quality, high quality IRP.
Thank you, Chris.
I'll just add real quick on the action plan is really a key part of it, though, of the IRP, because that is what triggers potential modifications in the future. You know, under the rule, you've got material events that occur, and a material event is only material if it really impacts the statement of need or really the action plan. So if the action plan is too watered down, effectively a material event never happens, and so that I guess we don't want the action plan to be too watered down, because I think the commission needs some notice, you know, large or small, that can be debated, but some notice that assumptions that were made in the IRP process are no longer relevant because things have changed, and I'd rather have us err on over-reporting material events than under-reporting it, I guess.
So Darren, if I capture that as specificity in the action plan so that material events in subsequent, it becomes clear, fair?
Yeah. I mean, you know, if they're going to go out for more resources than they ever envisioned, you know, certainly that should be a material event that the commission should get a heads up on, that, you know, there'll probably be another resource filing under that IRP coming up. So, you know, just in the spirit of the law, that we should probably try to tighten it up as much as possible.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just watching time. If we could just thank our presenters, our reporters from each group, we really appreciate you stepping forward. And I'll hand it back to you, Margie.
Great, thanks. Kathy, we've come a long way today. We know we have some additional work to do for understanding and commenting on the Statement of Need and Action Plan. Our plan is this. We'd like to ask if you have written comments you would like to make, either red line comments, narrative that gives some insight to things you'd like to see changed in those two draft documents. Capture what we got today, but it's always really helpful to get direct feedback and words from you all. So those are eligible for consideration. Please turn those into both dshields@gridworks.org and irp@pnm.com. We're asking for those by July 1st, just 2 weeks from today, I think, at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So first round of comments, where obviously the IRP team will take a look at those comments, decide how those can be addressed or not addressed in the documents. And then our plan is to get a revised version back out to you in time to review before our workshop number 8 on July 15th. Let me repeat that, July 1st for written comments, so that consideration of those comments can be given before we meet on the 15th, and so that you can get those out, you can get those to stakeholders well in advance. We did hear an appeal today for having that information well in advance, not only for you all attending here, but some of you who share that information with your colleagues and communities you represent, so that that collective input can come into the process. We are planning for the next workshop on the 15th. We currently have it scheduled for 1 to 5 p.m. in a hybrid setting again. We feel like the conversation with people in the room is really helpful. If we'll huddle with the PNM team, if it seems to make more sense to do this virtually, that still is under consideration, but currently it's scheduled as a hybrid meeting so that we can have faces and minds and bodies here. We always get much more content when people are here in person. So that is our plan for now. And then the final workshop in August will be to review the key IRP elements, of course, the Statement of Need and Action Plan. I suspect the whole report will be well along its way to completion, and perhaps any unresolved issues that are identified can be described and explained why those remain unresolved. That's one of the key elements of the IRP process, is to let the commission know where there are major issues that were unresolved between the utility and stakeholders. So with that, we will also set up something to get your feedback on this entire process. Many of you have been with us since December, which is great, but one of our GridWorks deliverables to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission is a report on what should be done differently in this process, or what should be continued in this process. And so we'll greatly appreciate your thinking about that as we go through these last 3 months. If there's something that you think should be done differently, please take note of it. We will query you probably through an electronic mechanism or survey, so that we can include that feedback to the commission. With that, I think could you advance, Kathy, to my last slide, please? We have a deep appreciation to thank you for being here. All the workshop materials are posted on the GridWorks website. We apologize in the delay for getting the one presentation on today. It is now Tom's last presentation on the Statement of Need is loaded in the GridWorks website. You can dig into that. Apologize for that delay. We already talked about edits or comments on the Statement of Need and Action Plan, and the next workshop, which is scheduled for the CNM Workforce Training Center, not here, but the one back toward the Journal Center is where we're scheduled for that. And would really love to see you all in person. Before we close, let me ask the PNM team, Tom, Lori, Shane, anyone else, would you like to add your closing comments before we adjourn? Tom.
I think we got a lot of good feedback today. I heard some good comments, so we'll take that back. And listen, I know, you're asking about providing red line comments. If we can make available the documents you have currently are ones that are easily redlined. So if you would like, we can certainly make available documents. Is that something people are interested in? If they could actually edit and send back red lines on?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and make that available in reversal. Notify you when those are posted then. And they'll be posted on PNM as well. So anyway, we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting and we will work on these comments. I'm kind of curious. Are there, I know people need more time to look at these documents, but do you feel that a lot of your concerns and points you wanted to make were brought out today? And so we can take back and have some meaningful discussion, or do you think your red lines really need to wait on another comments for that? Okay, I recognize that's a tough question, so.
Emily, did you want to respond?
I was gonna say, I'm not sure I understood the question. Well, I think we start working on these and then any red lines that can add to this, we'll take it also. I think it's kind of, the answer is both.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me.
All right. Did you have anything further you wanted to add?
Sure,
Maureen?
I'll add something really quickly. I know people go to a great amount of time, personal time, and expense, driving and everything else to be present here. So I just want to express my appreciation again, both to folks online. I know it's a little bit hard to participate when you're online, but thank you for your patience in doing that and for taking the time to do that. For folks in the room, I know a lot of people drive long distances to get here, take entire days to participate. Thank you for your meaningful and thoughtful exchange. I always appreciate it. I always learn something and walk away with something new. So just want to say again, really appreciates how much time and effort you're taking to be part of this process. So thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we will adjourn and encourage safe travels on the highways and byways of Albuquerque and beyond. And we hope to see you all in July back here in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.